The others. The spear radiance turned into a 3,000-meter-long giant spear. It broke through the strong wind above the ocean and struck the surface of the ocean. In an instant, the 1,000-meter-high wave was crushed. A huge spear mark appeared in the ocean, and the sea water collapsed and split in two. It was as if the entire sea had been split in half by Lu Ming's spear. Boom! After a few breaths, a deafening roar came from the ocean. The giant wolf rolled over and covered the traces of the spear being pulled out. My combat strength is at least 5 times stronger than when I was at the peak of Level 6 Martial King realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Now, if he were to fight with the Palace Master of Thunder Palace, he was confident that he could kill the Palace Master of Thunder Palace with one shot without the help of the inscription. Now, I'll cultivate the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and the Dragon God 3 absolutes in this ocean. With the 3 types of intent realms at full completion, he could cultivate the Dragon God's 3 absolutes to the 5th level. When one's 3rd level will reach its peak, one would be able to cultivate the Dragon God's 3 absolutes to the 6th level, the peak. Thereafter, Lu Ming focused on cultivating 2 types of martial arts techniques. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. During this time, Dandan looked at the sea every day in a daze, as if she was thinking about something. What? On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly heard the sounds of fighting from afar. And the sounds of fighting were getting closer to the sea. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming's figure moved and flew in that direction. Dandan hurriedly followed. In front of them, there were 5 figures flying towards the sea. They were covered in blood and their faces were filled with fear. Among these 5 people, 3 of them were experts from the Xian family of the ancient barren city. They were all at the level of lower-tier king tiers. The other 2 people were the 2 protectors of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. One of them had an extremely powerful aura. He was actually a level 7 upper-tier king. The guardians of the Empyrean Divine Palace were usually at the lower tier of the peak Level 6 Martial King realm. It was obvious that this guardian had made a breakthrough in his cultivation during this period of time. However, his face was still filled with panic. Ha, you can't escape. Die. Behind them, there were dozens of corpse guards chasing and laughing. They were not in a hurry, like cats playing with mice. One of the corpse guards had reached the peak of Level 8 Martial King realm. After running for a while, they were almost at the seaside. The ocean is ahead. The 2 protectors from the Xian family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were filled with despair. Ha ha ha, let's see where you can run to now. A corpse guard laughed. Don't run anymore. All of you will die today. Obediently turn into our refined corpses. Didn't that palace master of your Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace already become our refined corpses? The corpse guard at the peak Level 8 Martial King realm sneered. Today, you're the ones who will die. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the direction of the sea. Everyone was stunned. They looked in the direction of the sea and saw a flash of light. The next moment, a young man in his 20s appeared. His eyes were as cold as a sharp sword. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming, is that you? Run, you're not their match. A green-robed guardian shouted when he saw Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming stepped forward and faced the corpse guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Ha, another brat who's here to die. A corpse guard at the peak of the 6th level Martial King realm sneered and controlled the 2 refined corpses to attack Lu Ming. Die. Lu Ming flicked his finger and 3 rays of spear radiance shot out, piercing the glabella of the corpse guard at the peak of Level 6 Martial King realm and 2 refined corpses. That corpse guard's eyes opened wide, with a look of disbelief. He did not expect Lu Ming's spear to be so fast. He could not stop it at all. Brat, you're looking for death. The corpse guard at the peak Level 8 Martial King realm roared, his killing intent surging like the tide. The other corpse guards also surrounded Lu Ming. What do we do? The people of the Xian family and the 2 guardians stopped in the distance with complicated expressions. There are 2 upper-tier kings and 5 upper-tier refined corpses. Lu Ming is definitely no match for them. We're just going to die if we go. A protector said. That's right, let's take this opportunity to leave. A middle-aged man from the Xian family said. As for the others, their eyes flashed with hesitation. Let's go. We won't be able to escape once Lu Ming is dead. The middle-aged man from the Xian family urged. Good. Let's go. The others gritted their teeth. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A huge flood dragon emerged from Lu Ming's body. It opened its mouth and sucked. Drops of blood essence flew out of the corpse guards' bodies and fell to the ground like rain. Only the 2 late-stage king-level corpse guards didn't die, but their faces were also pale. This. The Xian family and the 2 guardians were in disbelief. Damn it, you dare to kill my heavenly corpse sex people, you're courting death. The corpse guard at the peak level 8 martial king realm roared and controlled the 3 refined corpses to charge at Lu Ming. That is. The palace master of earth. Lu Ming noticed that one of the refined corpses looked extremely familiar. It was clearly the palace master of earth. Ha ha ha, this is one of the palace masters of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. He was killed by our experts and I'll reward him by refining him into a refined corpse. Isn't he very strong? The corpse guard at level 8 martial king realm sneered. Die. Lu Ming swept his long spear and the 2 level 8 martial king refined corpses were sent flying like cannonballs for thousands of meters before they crashed to the ground. He took a step forward and the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps exploded. The other level 7 martial king realm martial artist and his 2 level 7 refined corpses exploded. Ah, how could it be? The corpse guard at the peak level 8 martial king realm shrieked in fear. Not far away, the 3 people and 2 guardians of the Xian family who were preparing to escape were dumbfounded as they watched the scene. Lu Ming had killed the corpse guards that had caused them to flee for their lives without any effort. He was unimaginably powerful. Gulu. The middle-aged man from the Xian family swallowed his saliva and broke out in a cold sweat. Don't come over. The corpse guard shrieked and controlled the refined corpse refined by the palace master of earth to stand in front of Lu Ming. At the same time, he ran for his life. Humph. Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure flashed past the palace master of earth. He appeared behind the corpse guard and thrust his long spear, piercing through the back of the corpse guard's waist and exiting from its dantian. True essence exploded, and the corpse guard's dantian exploded, its cultivation completely destroyed. With his cultivation destroyed, the body of the palace master of earth stopped in the air, not moving at all. Don't kill me. The corpse guard screamed and begged for mercy. Speak, where are the rest of you? Lu Ming asked. It's on a plane 100,000 miles ahead. I beg you, let me go. The corpse guard begged for mercy. Buzz. The long spear shook, and the corpse guard was torn into pieces. With a wave of his hand, dozens of storage rings flew into Lu Ming's hands and disappeared. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to have grown to this extent after not seeing you for a while. At this moment, the 3 people from the Xian family and the 2 guardians flew over. One of the guardians said with a smile. That's right. I've lived for a few hundred years. Young hero Lu Ming is the strongest genius I've ever seen. The middle-aged man from the Xian family also smiled in a flattering manner. To kill you. Lu Ming nodded indifferently. He did not say much and flew to the corpse of the Hall Master of Earth. Although they were a distance away, Lu Ming still heard the discussion between the 3 people from the Xian family and the 2 guardians. These 5 people's characters were really not good. Lu Ming did not want to say more. The 5 of them exchanged glances and followed behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his palm and a surge of vital essence covered the body of the Palace Master of Earth, eliminating all the aura and inscription marks left by the corpse refinement sect. The Palace Master of Earth was now an ordinary corpse. Then, Lu Ming dug a hole nearby and buried the Hall Master of Earth. Lu Ming, what are your plans from now on? Why don't you join us? He asked. One of the guardians said as he looked at Lu Ming with a hopeful look. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. If Lu Ming could be with them, they would be much safer. Okay, I'm going to the corpse guard gathering point to hunt corpse guards. Are you guys coming? There was a faint smile on Lu Ming's lips as he looked at the 3 people from the Xian family and the 2 guardians. Go to the gathering point of the corpse guards to kill them? Are you crazy? There are more than 300 corpse guards there, and 3 of them are level 9 Martial King Realm corpse guards. They're controlling the Flood Dragon's corpse. You're just going to die if you go there. The middle-aged man from the Xian family shouted. Oh. So you're not going? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, it's really too dangerous there. You'd better go somewhere else with us and see if you can find a way out. A protector said. If that's the case, then please leave. Lu Ming waved his hand. He didn't have a good impression of these people. You. Lu Ming, don't think that you can look down on others just because you have some abilities. I won't go to death with you. After the middle-aged man from the Xian family finished speaking, he turned around and left. The other 4 people's expressions changed and they followed the middle-aged man from the Xian family. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not care. Lu Ming cupped his fists at the Earth Temple Master's mound, then turned around and headed inland. 100,000 miles away, there was a plain. On it were huge coffins, and corpse chi filled the air. This was the gathering point of the Heavenly Corpse Sect's corpse guards. Who's there? As soon as Lu Ming arrived, he was discovered. A corpse guard controlled 2 refined corpses to appear. The person who will kill you. An ice-cold voice sounded, and with a flick of his finger, a spear ray shot out, nailing the corpse guard to death. There's a sneak attack. A loud roar was heard, and the entire plain was in an uproar. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. The sound of the air being torn rang out as corpse guards and refined corpses flew out of the coffins one by one. In a short while, a few hundred corpse guards and even more refined corpses appeared in front of Lu Ming. A person. Why is he alone? You dare to ambush me alone? You're courting death. Attack and kill him. Some corpse guards shouted and controlled the refined corpses to pounce at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood still in the void. With a wave of his hand, more than 10 spear gleams shot out. His speed was so fast that no one below the late stages of the King Realm could react in time. The sound of over a dozen sharp blades piercing into bodies sounded out, and over a dozen corpse guards were killed. 2 of them were even level 6 Martial King Realm experts. So strong. The other corpse guards were greatly shocked and couldn't help but retreat. Get out of the way. This person is a late-stage king tier. You guys are not his match. A shriveled voice sounded out, and an old corpse guard appeared. Beside him, there were 2 middle-aged corpse guards. Roar. Roar. With 2 roars, 2 giant demonic corpses appeared in front of the old corpse guard. In addition, there were 2 strange refined corpses. They wore armor and held long spears. They were different from the other refined corpses. However, they all exuded an extremely powerful aura. They were all refined corpses of the level 9 Martial King Realm. Further back, there were 2 ordinary refined corpses wrapped in chains. They also exuded a powerful aura of level 9 Martial King Realm. There were 3 level 9 Martial King Realm corpse guards and 6 level 9 Martial King Realm refined corpses. This could be said to be the peak power among the corpse guards attacking the ancient barren city this time. Everyone's here. Good, it saves me the trouble of looking for them one by one. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. Little guy, what big words. From your aura, I can tell that you've just broken through to the late king tier not long ago, and you're already saying that you're going to kill us? You're really overestimating yourself. Kill. The old corpse guard sneered. Then, a huge demonic corpse roared and pounced at Lu Ming. The demonic corpse's eyes were blood red, and its entire body was filled with a murderous aura. It pounced forward, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. The wind lightning spear appeared in his hand and swept out. A huge spear light appeared and surrounded the three heaven and earth essences. Bang! The huge demonic corpse looked like a doll as it was swept away by Lu Ming's spear. The surrounding corpse guards couldn't dodge in time and were sent flying by the demonic corpse's huge body. Some of the corpse guards directly exploded. So strong. All the corpse guards on the scene, including the 3 Lever 9 Martial King corpse guards, widened their eyes and looked dumbfounded. A Lever 9 Martial King realm demonic corpse was stronger than an ordinary refined corpse. It was impervious to swords and spears and had immense strength. However, it was easily swept away by Lu Ming's spear. It was too terrifying. Let's attack together and kill this man. The old corpse guard roared. Roar! With a roar, the 3 Lever 9 Martial King realm corpse guards joined forces. The remaining 5 Lever 9 Martial King realm refined corpses pounced toward Lu Ming with shocking power. At the same time, some other corpse guards controlled the refined corpses to attack Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long roar, and his true essence rumbled. His aura soared to the sky, and the 9-dragon bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth and sucked, and instantly, more than 50 corpse guards nearby had their blood essence devoured and fell to the ground. At the same time, he brandished his spear like an invincible general. Bang! 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 The 5 Lever 9 Martial King refined corpses were swept away by him. Now, Lu Ming's combat strength had completely surpassed Lever 9 Martial King realm and was approaching the peak of King realm. Not good. He's controlling the Flood Dragon's corpse. The old corpse guard shrieked and quickly retreated with the other 2 Lever 9 Martial King corpse guards. They formed a seal with their hands and corpse chi filled the air. Roar! A dragon's roar was heard, and the corpse of a huge flood dragon rushed out from the depths of the plain. The 3 Lever 9 Martial King realm corpse guards flew up to the head of the flood dragon's corpse and controlled it to attack Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's 9-dragon bloodline burst out with a terrifying devouring power, killing another 50 corpse guards. Of course, Lu Ming did not let go of any storage rings. You're looking for death. The old corpse guard roared angrily. The flood dragon corpse clawed at Lu Ming. The space seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure and started to shake violently. The air was compressed and exploded wherever the claw touched. Let's see how strong he is. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming exerted all his strength and thrust his spear. A 3-colored true dragon clashed with the flood dragon's corpse. With a shocking explosion, the force rolled in all directions. Some of the corpse guards nearby were directly torn apart by the force and died on the spot. The earth trembled and huge cracks appeared on the ground, spreading across the plain like a spider web. Three-eyed creature. The 3-colored true dragon was defeated. Lu Ming retreated 1,000 meters. His chi and blood churned, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What powerful strength! When this flood dragon was alive, it was definitely a peak existence at the spiritual ocean tier. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at the flood dragon's corpse with a grave expression. The flood dragon's corpse was extremely powerful and invulnerable. The 3 corpse guards didn't even use much of the flood dragon's strength, but that attack should have reached the peak tier king level. Previously, in the ancient desolate city, more than a dozen kings from the big cities had controlled it together, which was powerful and almost close to the spiritual ocean tier. Such a powerful refined corpse would only be able to display its true strength when it controlled more people. So strong. The 3 corpse guards on the flood dragon's corpse were also extremely shocked. Continue. The old corpse guard roared angrily and controlled the flood dragon's corpse to continue attacking Lu Ming. Do you think I'll still go head-to-head with you? Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. His figure flashed and he charged at the other corpse guards. The devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline erupted madly, and the corpse guards' blood essence was devoured one after another, dying here. Damn it! The flood dragon's corpse controlled by the 3 corpse guards could not catch up with Lu Ming's speed at all. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. With one step, he traveled 10 miles in an instant. Large swaths of corpse guards were harvested by Lu Ming like wild grass. Before long, Lu Ming had killed more than 200 corpse guards. A total of over 300 corpse guards. How long had it been? More than 200 died. The remaining corpse guards cried out in alarm and scattered in all directions. Buzz! Suddenly, Lu Ming took 2 steps forward. In a flash, he appeared above the flood dragon's corpse and thrust his spear at a lever 9 Martial King corpse guard. The corpse guard roared in shock and exploded out with corpse chi, forming dozens of corpse chi shields in front of him. However, it was useless. The spear radiance pierced through and the shield exploded. The head of the corpse guard also exploded like a watermelon. At this moment, the claws of the flood dragon's corpse reached out to grab Lu Ming. Lu Ming swept his spear horizontally and hit the claw of the flood dragon. He borrowed the force to retreat backward, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Not good, let's go. Hurry up and run. There were still 2 lever 9 Martial King realm corpse guards on the flood dragon's corpse. They were so shocked that they did not dare to fight Lu Ming. They controlled the flood dragon's corpse and chose a direction to escape in a hurry. The 3 of them were controlling the flood dragon's corpse, but Lu Ming had killed one of them. Now, there were only 2 of them left. The power of controlling the flood dragon's corpse was even weaker. They did not dare to fight Lu Ming anymore. If they did not escape, they would probably die. Dozens of corpse guards also followed the flood dragon corpse and fled in the direction of the ocean. Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. Those people were in a panic and actually ran in the direction of the sea. They were simply courting death. He was in no hurry to give chase. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and chased after the corpse guards in the other directions. After a while, Lu Ming killed dozens of corpse guards. He then chased in the direction of the sea. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, and his speed was extremely fast. Soon, he saw the people of the heavenly corpse sect who were fleeing. He's coming. Run! Run! The old corpse guard's expression was very unsightly as he madly controlled the flood dragon's corpse to escape. Boom! 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 Deafening rumbles of waves came from ahead. Ocean! The old corpse guard's expression changed drastically. He was similar to the other corpse guards. Charge, charge into the ocean! The old corpse guard roared in anger. They had the flood dragon's corpse and planned to charge into the sea to gamble. As long as they hid in the flood dragon's corpse, they might be able to survive in the sea. They charged towards the sea at top speed, but stopped when they reached the shore. The ship. They saw the ship. In the depths of the ocean, they saw 3 huge ships sailing toward them. Even Lu Ming stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with shock. Did having a boat mean that they could leave this damn place? Lu Ming stopped his pursuit of the corpse guard. The 3 ships were heading in their direction at high speed. They were getting closer and closer. Lu Ming and the rest were more and more shocked. Those were no ordinary ships. They were clearly 3 warships, each of which was huge and all-shaped. The deck alone was more than 1,000 meters above the water. It was black in color and seemed to be made of a strange metal. There were some strange creatures carved on it that Lu Ming had never seen before. The terrifying waves and strong winds had no effect on the 3 warships. 3 battleships were riding the wind and waves. Ha, we're saved. We can go out. Some corpse guards laughed wildly and rushed towards the seaside in ecstasy, getting closer and closer to the sea. Wrong, wrong. On Lu Ming's shoulder, Dandan's eyes were filled with suspicion as she mumbled to herself. What's wrong? If someone is here, it means we can leave this island. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. No, no. I'm familiar with the auras of these 3 battleships. They're the auras of my enemies. Dandan muttered, as if she was trying hard to recall something. But he couldn't think of anything at the moment. Lu Ming, trust me. It's dangerous to retreat. Dandan said in a rare serious tone. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. In the end, he retreated a few dozen miles and appeared on a cliff, looking into the distance. At this moment, the battleship was getting closer and closer. As it got closer, the terrifying pressure emitted by the battleship could be felt even more. The flood dragon's corpse was huge enough, but in front of this huge warship, it was like a worm. Boom! 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 The waves were broken apart, and the 3 warships stopped dozens of miles away from the sea. Many corpse guards looked on with eager eyes. Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh! At this time, many figures flew out of the warships and appeared in the sky above the ocean. Who's that? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed, revealing a look of shock. Because the figures that rushed out of the warship were not human at all. Although they were in the form of humans, each of them was more than 2 meters tall. Their bodies were covered in black scales. In terms of body size, they were similar to the scaled demons in the scaled demon dimension that Lu Ming had seen before. What was different was that these figures had 2 sharp horns on their heads that emitted a sharp light. In the middle of their brows, there was a 3rd eye. The general is right. There is indeed an abnormality on Sky Horizon Island. Some reptiles have appeared. A burly 3-eyed creature spoke. His words were exactly the same as Lu Ming's. How did these crawlers appear? Could they have come from the primordial realm? It's very possible. Amazing, really amazing. The worms of the primordial realm actually came to the heaven realm. Ha, take them down and hand them to the general. You must ask them how they came here. Maybe you can find the entrance to the primordial realm. The other 3-eyed creatures chimed in. After saying that, dozens of 3-eyed creatures rushed to the shore. They waved their hands, and their claws suddenly enlarged and grabbed at the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. So strong. Lu Ming's pupils contracted rapidly. The Heaven Realm. He discovered that every single one of those 3-eyed creatures was stronger than him. More than half of them were definitely peak-tier kings, and the other half were simply terrifying. Their auras were like the abyss, and they were many times stronger than peak-tier kings. Spiritual Ocean Tier. Those were definitely all peerless experts at the Spiritual Ocean Tier. The sudden appearance of so many Spiritual Ocean Tier elites was simply terrifying. Not good, let's go. At this moment, the expressions of the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect changed drastically. They screamed repeatedly and frantically fled backward. But where could he escape? A huge hand covered in scales came down and grabbed the flood dragon's corpse without any resistance. The 2 lever 9 Martial King corpse guards on it were like little bugs. They were grabbed and thrown into a bottle by the 3-eyed creature. The bottle wasn't big, but the 200-meter-long flood dragon was thrown in. Stop. Let's talk this out. We are disciples of the Heavenly Corpse sect. A corpse guard shouted. What Heavenly Corpse sect? A bunch of pathetic primordial realm insects. The primordial realm will be conquered by my race sooner or later. A tall 3-eyed creature laughed loudly. He grabbed with his hand, and a few corpse guards were caught and thrown into a bottle. Let's go. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He turned and ran. If they were caught by these living beings, they would definitely not have a good ending. Lu Ming's heart sank. Lu Ming had obtained some information from the conversation between the few 3-eyed creatures. Heaven Realm? The Primordial Realm? Could it be that this place belonged to the Heaven Realm? What was heaven? Wasn't it the world he came from? Then how could he go back? What were these three-eyed creatures? Lu Ming had many doubts in his heart, but he could only escape. If he was caught by the other party, he would definitely not have a good ending. It looks like there are many primordial realm reptiles on this deserted island. Let's split up and capture all of them, not leaving a single one alive. A three-eyed creature with a terrifying aura instructed. Yes. The other three-eyed creatures acknowledged the order. At this time, the dozens of corpse guards had already been captured, and the dozens of three-eyed creatures scattered and flew towards the island. Not only that, dozens of three-eyed creatures flew out of a warship and into the island. Boom! 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 A three-eyed creature was flying behind Lu Ming at an extreme speed. It was so fast that the space trembled. However, he did not notice Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not fly in the air. Instead, he concealed his aura and continued to fly close to the ground. I can see you. The three-eyed creature behind him let out a loud roar and struck out with its palm. A huge palm print blasted not far from Lu Ming's right. Go, quickly go. Instantly, a few horrified roars came from that place. 5 figures appeared and fled in a frenzy. Yes, it's them. The 5 figures were the 3 people from the Xian family and the 2 guardians from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Obviously, the 5 of them had also seen Lu Ming. Lu Ming, help, help. The middle-aged man from the Xian family roared and moved closer to Lu Ming. Nest. Lu Ming roared in his heart. The other party wanted to drag him down in order to survive. Initially, the three-eyed creature did not notice Lu Ming. However, he was discovered. Damn it! Lu Ming roared in anger and soared into the sky. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and his speed increased dramatically. But this way, the risk of being exposed was also greatly increased. Lu Ming, you left me in the lurch. You'll die a horrible death. The middle-aged man from the Xian family shouted in despair when he saw Lu Ming leaving. You're so noisy. A huge hand grabbed the 5 of them and threw them into a bottle. Interesting reptile, you're quite fast. Let's see if you can escape from my palm. A cold glint flashed across the three-eyed creature's eyes as it chased after Lu Ming. Its speed was terrifyingly fast, not slower than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming, hurry up. The other party is catching up. Dandan urged. I know. Don't be noisy. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to its maximum. He took 3 steps in a row and his speed was unbelievably fast. However, the three-eyed creature was still following closely behind. That three-eyed creature is extremely powerful. Judging from its aura, it's infinitely close to the spiritual ocean tier. I'm definitely not its match. Once I'm entangled by it, I'll be dead when the other three-eyed creatures come. Lu Ming's mind was racing. Dandan, aren't you the reincarnation of a peerless expert? Is there any way? Lu Ming could only focus his attention on Dandan. Of course there's a way. I'll now inscribe an inscription formation on your body to conceal your aura. This way, your aura will be completely concealed, and the other party won't be able to sense you at all. Then, you can find a place to hide, and I'll inscribe an inscription formation on you to isolate your aura. Dandan rolled her eyes and said. Then hurry up. Lu Ming shouted. Immediately after, Dandan waved its claws and began to inscribe. Lu Ming continued to chase and escape. Ha, Tanbu, you can't even catch up to a worm like you. Do you want me to help you? Right at this moment, a voice rang out from nearby, and another three-eyed creature appeared. There's no need for you to interfere. I'm enough. The three-eyed creature that was chasing after Lu Ming shouted. Oh, then I'll leave it to you. The other three-eyed creature laughed and flew off in another direction. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief and continued to flee. Not long after, they had flown a distance of several 100,000 li. Dandan, why aren't you done yet? Lu Ming asked. Cough, cough, I just failed. Hold on a little longer. Dandan coughed a few times in embarrassment. Fuck. Lu Ming was extremely speechless. Along the way, Dandan had already failed 5 times. Lu Ming seriously doubted whether Dandan could do it. Was she fooling him? Hey, kid, what's with your expression? Are you doubting me? I'm one of the top 10 war beasts, with unparalleled combat strength. Inscriptions, alchemy, refining, there's nothing I don't know, and you dare to doubt me? If I hadn't been injured back then, I could have killed these ants with a single breath. Dandan shouted. I believe you, I believe you. Hurry up. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only grit his teeth and run. After a short while. All right, ha, I've succeeded. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming's body was covered with lines of inscriptions, which were extremely beautiful. Is it really useful? Lu Ming expressed his doubts. Nonsense, of course it's useful. You can't feel it yourself, but others definitely can't feel the slightest bit of your chi, not even the spiritual ocean tier, unless you've surpassed the spiritual ocean tier. Dandan said with confidence. All right, I'll believe you. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and continued flying. Soon, a lake appeared in front of him. Without thinking, Lu Ming plunged into the lake. The lake was very deep, reaching a depth of 1,000 meters. After Lu Ming rushed into the lake, he descended to the bottom of the lake at a rapid speed. A long spear condensed in his hand and spun rapidly, like a drill, drilling into the bottom of the lake. A hole was dug out of the bottom of the lake as if it was tofu. Lu Ming rushed in. Ocean of Intent Crystals. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the cave, his essential core burst forth. The cave entrance behind him collapsed and was covered by the mud at the bottom of the lake. There was no way to see the entrance at all. Lu Ming had rushed to the bottom of the lake to block the three-eyed creature's vision with the lake water. Boom! Not long after Lu Ming went to the bottom of the lake, the three-eyed creature arrived. It rushed to the bottom of the lake, causing huge waves. However, when he rushed to the bottom of the lake, he did not find any trace of Lu Ming. He could not even sense a trace of his aura. Damn it! The three-eyed creature roared in anger. Its entire body emitted an energy that was completely different from true essence. It wreaked havoc at the bottom of the lake without any restraint. The water in the lake was stirred up, and countless members of the water race were killed. Their blood dyed the water red. Under the ground, Lu Ming activated his essential core and spun the long spear, drilling down continuously. Boom! 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 Deafening rumbles came from above. Lu Ming knew that the three-eyed creature had arrived. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He went down at full speed. He was very fast. Not long after, he had gone down a few hundred meters. He then changed his direction and went forward parallel to the ground. After digging for a few hundred miles, he dug a cave underground. Lu Ming planned to stay there temporarily. Kid, my inscription formation is pretty good, right? Hee hee, now I'll carve a formation around this cave. I guarantee that even if they search the entire island, they won't be able to find you. Dandan was extremely proud. Then, he started to inscribe inscriptions around the cave. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief, frowning. This time, it was a good thing that it wasn't a spiritual ocean tier three-eyed creature chasing after him. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. She had thought that she had seen hope of getting out, but now, she was in despair. Also, how is Xianxiang? With her cultivation base, it was likely that she would be in grave danger if she landed on this deserted island. Grandmaster Xian, it seems like I have to let you down. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. After that, Lu Ming cast aside all other thoughts and circulated the true war dragon technique to begin healing his injuries. Earlier, he had exchanged a few blows with the flood dragon's corpse and had suffered some minor injuries. About half an hour later, Lu Ming's injuries had fully recovered. "Kid, the inscription formation has been carved, you can rest assured." Dandan appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder and said. "Dandan, you said that you were familiar with these creatures. Think about it again. Do you have any clues?" Lu Ming said. Now, he could only place his hopes on the unreliable little turtle. "Sigh, I was injured that year and had problems with my memory. I can't remember much, but I vaguely remember that they were my enemies. The place I lived should be in this realm, the Heaven Realm." Dandan frowned and pondered. Heaven Realm, what kind of place is Heaven Realm? Could it be a plane? Lu Ming said. Of course not. I vaguely remember that the Heaven Realm should be a main world, and the world you're in should be called the Primordial Realm, which is also a main world. The two worlds are twin worlds, and the two worlds complement each other. Heaven Realm? The Primordial Realm? Twin world? Lu Ming was confused. Could it be that the so-called Heaven's Gate in my world is the gate that leads to this world? Lu Ming made a guess. He finally knew why Dandan had spurted out from the Heaven's Gate. Sigh, I don't remember much either. Don't ask me any more. When I remember, I'll naturally tell you. For now, you should hide here and cultivate. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. This was the only way for now. After that, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of storage rings appeared beside him. There were more than 200 of them. Lu Ming had not counted the storage rings that he had obtained during this period of time. Since he had time now, he decided to take a look. How many intent crystals could there be in so many storage rings? Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. He started to count them one by one. This inventory took more than a day to sort out. Lu Ming was completely dumbfounded. There were too many intent crystals. Lu Ming counted. There were a total of 18 types of esoteric crystals. The total number was 230,000 pieces. In addition to the 30,000 pieces he had previously, he had a total of 260,000 pieces. 260,000 intent crystals. What kind of concept was that? Lu Ming's heart trembled. Moreover, Lu Ming realized that some people had very few esoteric crystals in their storage rings while others had a lot. And NBSP, this was normal. This island couldn't be filled with intent crystals everywhere. Some places had more, while others didn't. The area that Lu Ming had passed by previously was most likely more populated. There were more than 260,000 pieces of esoteric crystals. Lu Ming estimated that more than half of the esoteric crystals on the entire island had fallen into his pocket. And NBSP, among them, there were 15,000 wind, fire, and lightning intent crystals each. He also had around 20 pieces of each of the 3 middle-grade intent crystals. With so many esoteric crystals, it would be enough for Lu Ming to use for a period of time. In addition, there were more than 10 million supreme spiritual crystals. During this period of time, many people's mentalities had improved, and they must have refined many supreme spiritual crystals. Otherwise, there would be more supreme spiritual crystals. As for the other things, there were even more, piling up like a mountain. With so many intent crystals, I don't have to worry about wind and fire intent. It won't be a problem for me to cultivate it to the great circle of level 1, but thunder intent will be a problem. Lu Ming frowned and pondered. The thunder cauldron would devour the intent tendrils of the lightning-type profound meaning crystals every time. This was a huge headache for Lu Ming. Otherwise, with so many resources at his disposal, he could have become a peak-tier king in a short time. Now, Lu Ming could only focus on comprehending the thunder mentality. As long as he could comprehend the thunder mentality, his cultivation would improve rapidly. After that, his mind sank into his sea of consciousness and Lu Ming began to fully comprehend the thunder concept. Time flew by like the wind. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the past month, one could often hear rumbles coming from the ground. The three-eyed creatures hadn't left. In a month's time, Lu Ming had been fully focused on comprehending the thunder concept, and his progress was terrifying. He had cultivated for a month, which was equivalent to an ordinary person cultivating for nearly 10 years. After such a long period of time, Lu Ming managed to comprehend the thunder concept to the peak of level 1 upper tier in one go. He was only one step away from the great circle of the first rank. However, this step was not so easy to break through. Lu Ming stopped when he reached this point in his comprehension of the thunder concept. He started to use the esoteric crystals to attack the wind and fire concepts. Lu Ming directly used middle-grade profound meaning crystals. And NBSP, 7 days later, he had used 2 middle-grade intent crystals each, and his wind and fire intents had also reached the great circle of level 1. Now, I'll start to improve my cultivation. Lu Ming waved his hand and a large number of top-grade spiritual crystals appeared. He began to use the top-grade spiritual crystals to improve his cultivation. The amount of spiritual crystals required to reach level 7 Martial King realm was even more terrifying. It would take 800,000 pieces to reach the next level. He had spent 4 million top-grade spiritual crystals to reach the peak of level 7 Martial King realm, and another 2 million top-grade spiritual crystals to break through to level 8 Martial King realm. Just like that, Lu Ming continued to improve. The speed of his improvement was enough to scare other martial artists to death. In half a month's time, Lu Ming had used up all the best spiritual crystals he had. His cultivation had finally advanced to the peak of the level 9 Martial King realm. He was only one step away from peak tier King tier. This cultivation was no weaker than that of the Holy Star. The reappearance of the ancient desolate city. Following that, Lu Ming spent another 10 days to successfully cultivate the 5th stage of the Dragon God's 3 absolutes. Lu Ming's combat strength had reached its peak. At this moment, Lu Ming stopped cultivating. It was because he had been feeling more and more anxious recently and he could not continue cultivating. There were only about 10 days left until the day of Mulan's wedding with the sacred constellation. Lu Ming could not calm down. No, I still have to find a way out. I can't just be trapped here. Lu Ming pondered and decided to go out and investigate. With his current battle prowess, as long as he didn't run into a Sea of Soul Realm expert, he would definitely have no problem escaping. Brat, you're finally going out. After all this time of thinking, I've finally thought of a possible way to get out. Dandan lay on Lu Ming's shoulder, crossed her legs, and said leisurely. Think of a way to get out. What way? Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. When you guys came here, it should be because of the Desolation Ancient City. Then, you can only rely on the Desolation Ancient City to get out. You just need to find the Desolation Ancient City and then I will study it. Perhaps, I can find the way out. Dandan explained. Ancient Desolate City. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, but he then frowned. Although the ancient barren city has also entered this world, I wonder where it landed. It should be on this island. It's up to you to find it. Dandan said. All right. Now, he could only rely on this method. A long spear condensed in Lu Ming's hands. The long spear spun, burrowed into the ground, and shot upward. After a moment, Lu Ming emerged from the ground. Lu Ming restrained his aura and observed his surroundings. They gathered together, but there was no movement. Could it be that the three-eyed creature has already left? Lu Ming pondered and was about to soar into the sky. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He retracted his aura and hid himself. In the sky, a tall figure was flying toward the island at high speed. Wasn't that the three-eyed creature? The three-eyed creature still hadn't left. The three-eyed creature had not left. Lu Ming's search for the ancient Desolation City would be a little difficult. At this moment, a few more figures flew over from the distance. It was also a three-eyed creature. Quick, the leader has found an ancient city in the depths of the island. It's very likely to be related to the appearance of those reptiles here. Let's hurry over. Hurry up. A few voices could be heard from the sky. Lu Ming's expression changed. Ancient city. Oh no, could it be that the three-eyed creature has found the ancient desolate city? Lu Ming's expression was extremely ugly. If the ancient barren city was discovered by the three-eyed creature, he would be in trouble. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and used his movement technique. He stuck close to the ground and followed the three-eyed creature at top speed. They flew at an extremely fast speed. In one day, they had covered a distance of 2 million miles. A huge forest appeared in front of them. It's that mountain forest. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the forest in front of him was the same forest that he had appeared in when he first entered. Lu Ming became more careful and restrained his aura. This was because there were extremely powerful demonic beasts in this mountain forest. However, Lu Ming did not encounter any powerful demonic beasts along the way. The ones he encountered were all extremely weak. Who's that? Not long after, Lu Ming passed by a place and discovered that the place was in a mess. Ancient trees had collapsed, and there were huge potholes everywhere. He could even see huge palm prints on the ground. There were still some bloodstains on the ground. Could it be that the three-eyed creature has already killed all the powerful demonic beasts here? Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Sure enough, along the way, they could see some potholes from time to time, all of which were traces of a great battle. After traveling for half a day, the three-eyed creatures suddenly stopped. Lu Ming could sense that there were waves of terrifying and powerful auras coming from not far ahead. There were at least 200 shares. There were dozens of auras that were extremely terrifying and unfathomable like the ocean. Lu Ming did not dare to move forward and retreated 100 miles. Dandan, help me inscribe the inscription that conceals my aura. Lu Ming said. Alright, I'll help you again. But in the future, if you encounter high-grade spiritual herbs or natural treasures, don't forget me. I need to recover. Dandan took the opportunity to bid. Don't be so long-winded. Hurry up, or I'll throw you out. Lu Ming glanced at Dandan and threatened her. You. Kid, you're ruthless. Dandan gritted her teeth. In the end, she had no choice but to help Lu Ming inscribe inscriptions while cursing. After 3 failed attempts, he finally succeeded. Runes appeared on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming rushed to the sky and hid in a cloud, looking into the distance. In front of them was a huge, pitch-black ancient city that sat in the middle of the forest. Ancient barren city, it's really the ancient barren city. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. However, the current barren ancient city was different from before. Now, the surroundings of the barren ancient city were filled with light. A layer of light barrier enveloped the barren ancient city. And around the ancient desolate city, there were many tall figures. There were more than 200 tall figures, all three-eyed creatures. The weakest of the 200 three-eyed creatures was equivalent to a peak-tier king. When they gathered together, their aura was extremely terrifying. Alright, we're almost there. Let's attack together and break the light shield on the city. A voice rang out. Yes, leader. The other three-eyed creatures all responded. Boom. Boom. Following that, terrifying auras burst forth. Over 200 three-eyed creatures emitted terrifying black light from their bodies. All sorts of weapons appeared, and terrifying attacks bombarded the light shield of the ancient barren city. Boom. Boom. More than 200 three-eyed creatures attacked at the same time. The scene was extremely shocking. The entire world was boiling as it was completely submerged by the powerful attacks. However, the light shield was able to withstand it. It rumbled continuously and rippled like water, but it was indeed able to withstand it and was not broken. Continue. With a loud roar, the three-eyed creature once again launched a frenzied attack. Wave after wave of attacks landed on the light shield, causing it to shake more and more violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Use the divine eyes to attack. The voice gave another order. Following that, Lu Ming saw that the third eye of each three-eyed creature was emitting a dazzling light. They shot out beams of light, which were like divine swords that bombarded the light shield. Bang! The light shield seemed to finally be overwhelmed and collapsed with a loud bang. Ha! We've finally broken through. Let's rush in and see what the secret is. A three-eyed creature laughed and strode into the ancient desolate city. But just as he rushed into the ancient desolate city, a look of horror appeared on his face. With a scream, his burly body actually exploded. The other three-eyed creatures who were about to charge in were all shocked. What's going on? Many three-eyed creatures stopped in their tracks, bewildered. Who's in there? The bulliest three-eyed creature roared as he stared coldly at the ancient barren city. The mysterious expert. AI. At this moment, a sigh suddenly came from the ancient desolate city. This sigh was filled with desolation and helplessness. It seemed to have come from ancient times and was extremely lonely. I can't believe that after so many years, your divine eye clan is still in the heaven realm. Has the heaven realm really been defeated? A long sigh came from the ancient desolate city again. Who is it? You know quite a lot. Let me tell you, the heaven realm is already completely under the control of the divine eye clan. Only a few people are putting up a stubborn resistance. Very soon, the divine eye clan will be able to open up the entrance to the primordial realm. By then, both the heaven and the Yuan world will be under the control of the divine eye clan. The leader of the three-eyed creature said. In the ancient desolate city, the voice fell silent and did not speak for a long time. Pretending to be mysterious, charge in. The three-eyed creature's leader roared. Immediately, dozens of three-eyed creatures charged into the ancient desolate city. Buzz! At this moment, a sword cry was heard. A beam of sword chi flashed out of the desolate ancient tomb. Dozens of three-eyed creatures were cut in half, including two powerful spiritual ocean tier beings. This time, the three-eyed creature's expression changed drastically again. Pada! Pada! From within the desolate ancient tomb came the sound of deep footsteps. The sound was not loud, but it strangely spread far and wide. Then, three figures walked out of the desolate ancient tomb. Now, Lu Ming's eyesight was extremely good. He could see clearly even from hundreds of miles away. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed. Xian Xiang, Xian Feng. Among the three people who walked out, Lu Ming actually saw Xian Xiang and Xian Feng. Xian Xiang and Xian Feng had been in the desolate ancient tomb all this time. What was going on? In front of Xian Xiang and Xian Feng, there was a middle-aged man with disheveled hair. He was extremely handsome, but he seemed to have experienced many vicissitudes of life. The clothes he was wearing were extremely strange, and they were definitely not what was popular now. Who are you? The three-eyed creature's leader roared. He's just a lucky person who didn't die. The middle-aged man let out a soft sigh. He then looked around and said, Since I've encountered you, consider it your bad luck. I'll send you on your way. You're talking big. Let's attack together. The three-eyed creature's leader roared. Following that, all of the three-eyed creatures' third eyes lit up and shot out beams of divine light that pierced through the middle-aged man. The leader of the three-eyed creatures was especially powerful. It was unimaginably powerful, and the divine light it shot out directly pierced a huge hole in the space. Buzz! In the next moment, the sound of a sword rang out. The middle-aged man didn't move. His eyes lit up and a sword light flew out from his right, sweeping in all directions. Puchi! All of the three-eyed creatures around the ancient desolate city were cut in half by a single blade, as if they were nothing more than grass. Including the leader, he was killed with a single sword strike. In the clouds far away, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Heavens, this was too powerful. Who was this middle-aged man? At this moment, the middle-aged man looked in Lu Ming's direction and said indifferently, Little guy, have you seen enough? If you've seen enough, come out. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He glanced at Dandan and said, "Your inscription is useless." "Nonsense. That person is not simple at all. Why do I find him so familiar?" I can't remember. Dandan muttered. Lu Ming ignored Dandan and flew toward the ancient barren city. Lord Lu Ming. When Xian Xiang saw Lu Ming, she was ecstatic. Lu Ming. Xian Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. "Ha, Xian Xiang, brother Xian Feng, I didn't expect to meet you here. Who is this senior?" Lu Ming flew to the front of Xian Xiang and the other two and cupped his fists at the middle-aged man. "Lord Lu Ming, it's great that you're fine. This person is the ancestor of the Xian family." "No, it should be the ancestor of the Xian family. The Xian family was founded by integrating this senior's blood essence." Xian Xiang hurriedly explained. "I see." Lu Ming's heart stirred. Swish. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. His eyes were like the stars in the universe as he fixed his gaze on Dandan. "Oh my God, what are you doing? I'm the head of the top 10 war beasts, unparalleled in the world. Don't you dare have any ideas about me." Seeing that the middle-aged man was staring at it, Dandan was so frightened that it squalled. Its 4 claws clung tightly to Lu Ming's neck, and its head shrank into its turtle shell. I didn't expect this. The middle-aged man sighed and looked at Lu Ming. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. "There's also the bloodline of the 9 dragons. This little fellow's luck is not shallow." The middle-aged man sighed. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He was extremely shocked. The middle-aged man had actually recognized his 9-dragon bloodline with a single glance. Didn't the Supreme Master of the 9 Suns help him seal it? From the aura, wasn't it impossible to tell that he had the bloodline of the 9 dragons? This person was actually able to see through it with a single glance. "Little guy, don't be nervous. Although the bloodline of the 9 dragons is rare, it's useless to me." The middle-aged man smiled. "Lord Lu Ming, the Patriarch is repairing a teleportation array and is preparing to return to the primordial realm. You came at the right time. Let's go back together." Xian Xiang walked over and said. "We can go back." Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. That's right. There was originally a teleportation array in the desolate ancient tomb, but it was destroyed. During this period of time, the old ancestor has been repairing it. Xian Xiang said. "You guys wait for me here. There are a few ants, I'll go and deal with them." The middle-aged man said. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Lu Ming was right beside him, but he did not sense how the middle-aged man disappeared. It was as if the middle-aged man was not there at all. But the next moment, the middle-aged man suddenly appeared again. From start to finish, it had not even been 2 breaths. "It's been settled. Come with me." Then, he walked towards the desolate ancient tomb. This is too fast." Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Lu Ming guessed that the middle-aged man must have gone to deal with the battleships. However, the speed was too terrifying. "Lord Lu Ming, let's go." Xian Xiang pulled Lu Ming and walked towards the desolate ancient tomb. Xian Feng did not say anything and followed him in. After entering the tomb of the ancients, the door closed. The desolate ancient tomb was huge and spacious, like a hall. In the hall, there was only one bronze coffin that was open. Behind the bronze coffin, there was a small altar. The middle-aged man came to the side of the altar and formed a seal with his hands. Runes entered the altar. "Lord Lu Ming, the teleportation array will be repaired in a day. Let's wait for a while." Xian Xiang said. "Good. Xuanxiang, have you been here all this time?" Lu Ming asked curiously. Leaving Hung Domain. Many people from the Xian family had come in, so why were only Xian Xiang and Xian Feng here? Lu Ming was very curious. Yes, I fainted after I was sucked into the door. When I woke up, I was here with brother Xian Feng. Xian Xiang said. Xian Xiang seemed to have noticed the curiosity in Lu Ming's eyes and explained, the patriarch said that brother Xian Feng and I have the thickest bloodline and have inherited the most of the patriarch's bloodline. So, the patriarch saved us and taught us cultivation. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. So that was the case. Oh right, Lord Lu Ming, how's my father? Xian Xiang suddenly asked, looking at Lu Ming with hope. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. As expected, Xian Xiang still asked. For a moment, Lu Ming did not know how to phrase his words. After a moment of silence, he decided to speak frankly. Grandmaster Xian has fallen. Then, the storage ring that Xian Long gave him before he died appeared in his hand. He said, Grandmaster Xian asked me to pass this to you before she died. Father. Xian Xiang let out a sad cry as tears flowed down her face. When she was taken away and saw Xian Long being severely injured, she was already prepared. However, after she confirmed it, she was still very sad and couldn't stop crying. Lu Ming did not know what to say and could only stand at the side stupidly. The Heavenly Corpse sect, they really deserve to die. Let's go. Xian Feng walked over, clenched his fists, and roared. After a while, Xian Xiang stopped crying and said, Big brother Xian Feng is right. One day, I will flatten the Sky Corpse sect. Lu Ming looked at Xian Xiang and Xian Feng. The Heavenly Corpse sect was so huge that it could compete with the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. It was easier said than done to flatten it. However, with the middle-aged man's guidance, it might be possible for Xian Feng and Xian Xiang. Lu Ming, Xian Xiang, and Xian Feng started chatting immediately. Xian Xiang and Xian Feng had learned from the middle-aged man that this was the Heaven Realm, and their realm was called the Primordial Realm. Lu Ming wanted to ask for more information, but Xian Xiang and Xian Feng shook their heads and did not know. The middle-aged man did not tell them more. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Swish! On the second day, the altar suddenly shone with an extremely dazzling light. Alright, the teleportation array has been preliminarily fixed. It should be enough to teleport the four of us back to the primordial realm. However, inter-realm teleportation is extremely difficult. This teleportation formation was set up by the most powerful human beings in ancient times. It was destroyed after a great war. Although it has been repaired, it can only be used once. After that, it will self-destruct. Also, even if we teleport to the primordial realm, the chances of returning to the Tianxian region are very small. We will most likely be teleported to other places. Moreover, due to the instability, we will most likely be separated. The middle-aged man explained. What? I can't return to the Tianxian region. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. There were still about 10 days before Mulan and the Sacred Constellation's wedding. If they were to be teleported to another large region, how would they be able to make it back? Although there was an inter-province transportation formation in every region, they might not be able to get there in time. Lord Lu Ming, are you rushing back to the Tianxian region? Xian Xiang asked. That's right, I do have something important to do. Lu Ming said. Alright, I'll try my best to adjust the direction, but as for where we'll be teleported to, that'll depend on luck. Let's go up the altar together. The middle-aged man said. Everyone ascended the altar together. The middle-aged man exuded a wondrous aura that gushed into the altar. Buzz! The altar trembled violently and gave off a bright light. Then, a vortex appeared above everyone's head. At the next moment, a powerful force acted on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's vision turned black and he felt as if he had entered an endless darkness. After Lu Ming and the rest were teleported away, the altar exploded with a bang and turned into dust. The Hong domain was located in the west of the Tianxian region, separated from the Tianxian region by 16 large domains. The Great Domain was extremely vast, 7 or 8 times the size of the Tianxian region. It was filled with geniuses and experts, at least 10 times stronger than the Tianxian region. Among the hundreds of big regions in the East continent, it could be ranked above average. The Hong domain was also a large domain under the jurisdiction of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. In a remote mountain in the Great Domain, there was an ancient site. At this moment, a dozen young men were exploring the site. The dozen or so young men all looked to be in their 20s. Their cultivation levels were extremely high, and each of them was at least at the level 6 Martial King realm. 5 or 6 of them had even reached the late stages of the King tier. The leader was a young man in a blue robe. He had a strong aura and was a level 9 upper tier king. At this moment, they were fighting a group of khaki-colored puppets. Quick, this is the relic left behind by the puppet sect, an ancient sect. Let's get rid of these burly figures and open the last door. The treasures of the puppet sect must be behind the last door. We can't let that bitch flying snow get ahead of us. The blue-robed youth shouted. In front of them, there was a cliff. On the cliff, there was a stone door. Their goal was behind the stone door. Bang! Bang! One by one, the yellow puppets were destroyed by them, turning into yellow stones. Roar! Roar! However, a large group of khaki-colored puppets rushed out from all directions. Damn it, go to hell! The blue-robed young man shouted coldly. His hand glowed, and a scroll appeared. He opened the scroll, and on it was a drawing of a combat sword. After the blue-robed young man injected his vital essence, the scroll emitted a dazzling light. Endless sword chi shot out from the scroll and attacked the puppets. A large number of puppets were destroyed. Lu Ming fell into the darkness. He did not know how long had passed when suddenly, a hazy light pierced into his eyes. Lu Ming opened his eyes and was slightly stunned. He found that he was in an underground cave. The walls of the underground cave were inlaid with luminous stones that gave off a hazy light. There was an ancient stone platform under his feet, and there were inscriptions on it. Where is this? How did I teleport here? Lu Ming's mind whirred and he started to look around. The underground cave was empty. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. There's a stone door there. Lu Ming saw a stone door on one of the walls at a glance. Lu Ming walked over and gave the stone door a hard push, but it did not budge. There should be a switch. Immediately, Lu Ming started to search the area. At this time, the blue-robed young man and the others had already defeated all the yellow puppets. Hurry up, open that stone door. We have to get there before that bitch, flying snow. The blue-robed youth called out. After saying this, he rushed to the stone door and gave it a hard push, but it didn't move at all. What's going on? It can't be opened. Let's attack together and smash this stone door. The blue-robed youth called out. Ka ka. At that moment, the stone door moved and opened automatically. What made the blue-robed young man dumbfounded was that a young man actually walked out of the stone door. Flying snow. The young man who appeared from the stone door was Lu Ming. Lu Ming was also a little stunned. He did not expect to see more than 10 young men staring at him with wide eyes when the stone door opened. Cough, cough, excuse me, excuse me. Lu Ming coughed a few times and was about to walk out. Wait a minute, kid, who are you? He asked. The blue-robed young man in the lead shouted coldly and glared at Lu Ming with hostility. I'm Lu Ming. May I know what this place is? Which region is it in? Lu Ming cupped his fists and said politely. Since he had just arrived, Lu Ming wanted to find someone to inquire about the situation. He prayed silently in his heart, hoping that it would be in the Tianxian region. Even if it was not in the Tianxian region, it would be best if it was in a large region near the Tianxian region. The blue-robed young man's eyes turned even colder as he said, "Kid, do you think I'm an idiot? Stop talking nonsense and hand over all the treasures you've obtained inside." "Treasure? What kind of treasure?" Lu Ming was stunned. "Don't play dumb with me. Hand over your storage ring and let me check it. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here today," the blue-robed youth said in a cold voice. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and said, "I didn't take any treasures, and there's nothing inside. Now, move aside, I'm leaving." "Brat, you're asking for it the hard way. Young Master Qin tried to negotiate with you, but you're always hesitating. Are you looking for death? I'll give you 3 breaths of time to hand over your storage ring." Beside the blue-robed young man, a skinny young man took a step forward and shouted, "Get lost." Lu Ming's eyes widened. There seemed to be a flash of lightning and a storm in his eyes. The skinny young man's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Lu Ming sneered and strode forward. You're looking for death." The skinny young man reacted. He was actually forced to retreat by Lu Ming's glare. He immediately felt embarrassed. He shouted angrily and clawed at Lu Ming's throat. The skinny young man was a king tier at the peak of Level 7 Martial King realm. He was extremely powerful and would definitely be a top genius in Tianxian City. However, he had encountered Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming lifted his leg and stomped. This kick contained the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. The skinny young man screamed and his body flew far away. He fell flat on his face and couldn't get up for a while. "Little brat, you have some strength. No wonder you were able to break into the core area of the puppet sect. I've never seen you in Hong City before. Which power are you from? How dare you hit the genius of my Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace?" The blue-robed young man's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Lu Ming coldly. "The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. I'm Lu Ming from the Tianxian region. I'm also an Emperor Heaven Divine Guard." Lu Ming's eyes flickered. "Nonsense, Tianxian region. Why would someone from the Tianxian region come here? Do you think I'm an idiot? How dare you pretend to be the Empyrean Sky Divine Guard? You're so bold. Are you a spy sent by the Sky Corps sect? If you tell me the truth, I can spare your dog life," the blue-robed youth berated. "It's fine if you don't want to tell me. Get out of my way, I'm in a hurry." Lu Ming waved his hands and strode forward. Buzz! The blue-robed young man made his move. The sharp sword light was like a fairy from the heavens, and it was aimed at Lu Ming's throat. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. The blue-robed young man cultivated the metal concept and had reached the early stage of Level 9 Martial King realm. His combat strength was extremely powerful. "You're speaking so nicely, do you really think I'm a soft persimmon?" Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. A long spear appeared in his hand and he swept it across. As the spear swept out, the entire world trembled. The blue-robed young man's attack was instantly destroyed. "Not good, retreat." The blue-robed young man's expression changed drastically and he retreated rapidly. However, he was still 1 step too slow and was hit by Lu Ming's spear. His body was sent flying like a cannonball and he only managed to stabilize himself after flying 1,000 meters. The blue-robed young man spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. The others' expressions changed drastically, and they looked at Lu Ming in shock. The blue-robed young man was at the Level 9 Martial King realm. Even in Hongcheng, where geniuses were aplenty, he was considered a top-tier genius. However, he was sent flying by Lu Ming's spear and spat out blood. This young man who had suddenly appeared was so powerful that it shocked them. Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. More than a dozen figures flew over, and in the next moment, more than a dozen beautiful women appeared in the field. That's right, those who had just arrived were all young women in their 20s. They had graceful figures and were beautiful. In particular, there was a woman in a white dress in front of them. She looked to be in her early 20s, and her skin was as smooth as jade. She was extremely beautiful. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, like a fairy from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world. Qin Qingfei, it seems like you've hit an iron wall. The lady in the white dress swept her gaze across the room and stopped at Lu Ming for a moment. Then, she looked at the blue-robed young man and said with a smile. Flying Snow, you're too late. The treasures of the puppet sect have all been taken by this brat. The blue-robed young man, Qin Qingfei, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and snorted. Oh. Fei Shui looked at Lu Ming, deep in thought. The treasure of the puppet sect is no small matter. Fei Shui, don't you plan to take it? Qin Qingfei rolled his eyes and asked Fei Shui. He was planning to incite Flying Snow to attack Lu Ming. Fei Shui smiled and said, there are countless treasures in the world. To get them, one needs luck and strength. Since this young hero got them first, it means that my luck is not here yet. Why should I force it? How could Fei Shui not know what Qin Qingfei was thinking? How could he fall into Qin Qingfei's trap? Seeing that Fei Shui didn't fall into his trap, Qin Qingfei was very disappointed and his face darkened. Brat, I don't care which force you're from. You'll remember this for hurting me. Qin Qingfei looked at Lu Ming again and left a cold sentence before turning to leave. The young men followed behind him. Lu Ming smiled and did not mind. He had already shown mercy just now. If the other party still did not know what was good for him, then he could not be blamed. Young hero, how may I address you? Fei Shui walked towards Lu Ming and cupped her fists. I'm Lu Ming. Miss, may I ask which region this is? Lu Ming asked again. What? Fei Shui and the other young women were also stunned. Fei Shui looked at Lu Ming suspiciously and asked, this is the Hong domain. Young hero, are you from another domain? The Grand Domain? Lu Ming's expression was a little ugly. After joining the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, Lu Ming had naturally studied the geographical distribution of the Divine Wilderness continent. Naturally, he knew about the Hong domain. The Grand Domain was 16 large domains away from the Tianxian domain. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles away they were. How were they supposed to return? To tell you the truth, I'm from the Tianxian region and I'm also an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard. I accidentally entered an ancient ruin and ended up here. Lu Ming came up with a random reason. If he said that he had entered another world and then came here, most people would not believe him. You're from the Tianxian region, and you're also an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard. Fei Shui and the others looked at each other in disbelief. Interprovince Transportation Formation. That's right, this is my Divine Guard's token, you can take a look. Lu Ming passed his Divine Guard token to Flying Snow. When he first arrived, Lu Ming was in urgent need of help. Furthermore, Fei Shui and the rest did not seem like Qin Qingfei. They seemed easy to get along with. Hence, Lu Ming had the intention to befriend them. Fei Shui took the token and looked at it. She was surprised. You really are the Ditian Divine Guard from the Tianxian region. Even though Fei Shui was extremely surprised, the information recorded in the Divine Guard token was irrefutable. The token of the Divine Guard was made in a special way, and it was extremely difficult for outsiders to imitate. The other women were also extremely surprised. They didn't expect that the Ditian Divine Guards of the Tianxian region would appear here. They're actually Ditian Divine Guards from another region. I've never seen anyone from another region in my entire life. Is the Tianxian region fun? Was it the same as the Great Domain? He looks similar to us, and he's quite handsome. Hee, are you infatuated again? You can't move when you see a beautiful man. More than 10 young and beautiful women surrounded Lu Ming and chattered. More than 10 pairs of beautiful eyes surrounded Lu Ming and sized him up as if they were looking at a rare animal. Lu Ming was a little speechless. He smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Alright, don't look at Brother Lu like that. We're all girls. Don't be afraid of Brother Lu making fun of us. Fei Shui said awkwardly. The girls then backed away, but their beautiful eyes were still darting around Lu Ming. Brother Lu, since we're here by chance, why don't we head to Hong City and take a look? Fei Shui looked at Lu Ming, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Of course, she knew about the Tianxian region. It was a small region that was far inferior to the Great Domain. However, it was obvious that Qin Qingfei had suffered a great loss at the hands of Lu Ming. A person who came from the Tianxian region could easily defeat Qin Qingfei. He was definitely not an ordinary person. It was very likely that he was one of the top geniuses in the Tianxian region. She also wanted to make friends with him. After all, one more friend meant one more path. Miss Flying Snow, may I know where the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace branch in the Hung Domain is? I have something important to do and need to rush back to the Tianxian region. I need to use the Interprovince Transportation Formation. Lu Ming asked. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had an interdomain teleportation array in every sub-palace of a large region. The Profound Sky sub-palace also had one, and it was located in the Profound Sky City. After all, each region was too vast. If they flew alone, it would take a long time. It was much more convenient with the teleportation formation. Brother Lu wants to use the Interprovince Transportation Array. It just so happens that Hong City is a branch palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace in the Hong Domain. The Interprovince Transportation Array is located in Hong City and it's 3 days' journey from here to Hong City. Brother Lu just so happens to be going to Hong City with us. I'll help you arrange the matter of the Interprovince Transportation Array. Fei Shui said. Then, thank you very much, Lady Flying Snow. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He cupped his fists to express his gratitude. However, Brother Lu just injured Qin Qingfei. This person is narrow-minded and definitely won't let this matter rest. It's best not to bump into him on this trip. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will cause trouble for nothing. Fei Shui reminded. Following that, Lu Ming followed Flying Snow and the rest and flew towards Hong City. 3 days later, they arrived at Hong City. Hong City was where the branch palace of Hong Domain was located. It was a grand and magnificent place. He saw 8 huge mountains piercing through the clouds like divine swords. The 8 peaks were in 8 different locations, separated by thousands of miles. And the vast territory in the middle of the 8 peaks was Hong City. Some of the city walls around Great City were directly made of 8 mountains. The city walls were only cultivated in the areas between the mountains. It was huge. This was the largest city Lu Ming had ever seen. It was like a country. One city was one country. Following Fei Shui and the rest, they easily entered Hong City. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth is so dense. Moreover, the will of heaven and earth is also extremely strong. Lu Ming was a little surprised when he entered Great City. Brother Lu, beneath Great City itself is a Dao Eye. As for the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth, it's because the almighties of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace used those 8 mountain peaks as the foundation of the formation and set up a huge spirit-gathering formation. That's why the spiritual qi is so dense. Fei Shui introduced. Lu Ming was amazed. The mighty people of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were really generous. They had actually used 8 mountains as the base of the formation to set up a spirit-gathering formation. How huge was this inscription formation? In Grand City, the density and intensity of the spiritual energy and essence realm of heaven and earth were not as high as in Tianxian City. However, Tianxian City was too small. Its area was only 1,000th of Hong City's. The streets of Hong City were bustling with people and all kinds of shops were available. Brother Lu, why don't you stay at this inn for the night? I'll go and arrange for the Interprovince Transportation Formation. After walking around for a while, Fei Shui said to Lu Ming. Alright, I'll have to trouble Lady Flying Snow. Lu Ming nodded. Inter-province transportation formations were very important and had strict rules. One's identity had to be thoroughly investigated. Usually, people outside the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were not allowed to use it. The inter-province transportation formation was the lifeline of a force. During a great war, it could quickly gather high-level warriors. Otherwise, it would be too late to fly. Therefore, one had to make a reservation in advance. It was impossible for one to use it whenever one wanted to. Lu Ming was also clear about this. All right then. Brother Lu, keep this jade voice transmission talisman. If you need anything, you can find me at any time. I'll give you a day at most. Brother Lu should be able to set off tomorrow. Fei Shui passed a voice transmission jade talisman to Lu Ming, who accepted it and kept it. Following that, Fei Shui and the rest left first. Lu Ming had rented a room at an inn nearby. Then, he started to stroll around Hung City alone. Since he had come to the Great Domain by chance, it would be good for him to take a stroll and broaden his horizons. There were indeed many strange things in Great City that he had never seen in Tianxian region. Lu Ming's eyes were dazzled and he bought some strange materials. Of course, Lu Ming did not have many spiritual crystals left. The ones he bought were cheap. Go get some spiritual crystals. Otherwise, you won't even have the money to take the inter-province transportation formation. Previously, he had used up all his spirit stones to break through to the next realm. Now, Lu Ming only had tens of thousands of top-grade spirit crystals. After asking around for the location of the market, Lu Ming walked towards it. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the city square of Great City. He found a shop called the Myriad Pavilion and entered it. Lu Ming sold some of the unused spirit weapons, refining materials, and some martial arts techniques below the heaven level. He obtained about 800,000 top-grade spirit crystals. 800,000 supreme spiritual crystals should be enough to pay for the inter-province transportation formation. He wandered around for a while more before he returned to the inn. The night passed uneventfully. At noon the next day, Fei Shui came to look for Lu Ming. Brother Lu, I've already reserved the quota for the inter-province transportation formation for you. You can set off immediately. Fei Shui smiled. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed that Fei Shui was quite influential in the Great Domain Branch Palace since she was able to book a spot in the inter-province transportation formation so quickly. Thank you, Auntie Flying Snow. If there's anything that I can help with in the future, I'll definitely not decline. Lu Ming expressed his thanks. Deliberately making things difficult for her. If not for Fei Shui's help, it would not have been so easy for him to obtain a spot to cross the teleportation array. Brother Lu, do you want to leave immediately or stay in Hung City for a few more days? Fei Shui can be your host and bring you around. Fei Shui said. There's no need for that. I have something urgent to attend to and need to rush back to the Tianxian region. If there's a chance in the future, I'll talk to Miss Fei Shui again. Lu Ming was indeed a little anxious. There were only a few days left until the half-year agreement. He did not know how Mulan was doing. All right, I'll bring Brother Lu over then. Fei Shui smiled. Then, Lu Ming followed Fei Shui and walked in the direction of the inter-province transportation portal. In the center of Hung City, there was an endless cluster of palaces. Tall and majestic walls were built to block the way. Along the way, there were many checkpoints. Following the flying snow, they passed through 7 checkpoints. Flying Snow, you're here. Is this the little brother who wants to use the interdomain teleportation formation? A middle-aged man was waiting at the 8th Scratch and Draw booth. He smiled when he saw Fei Shui. Deacon Lu, that's right. I really have to thank Deacon Lu for his help this time. Fei Shui smiled. Lady Fei Shui is too polite. I've already made the arrangements. Follow me. Deacon Lu said courteously. Following that, Fei Shui and Lu Ming followed attendant Lu and continued on their journey. It's you. Kid, stop right there. After passing through a few more checkpoints, a gloomy voice suddenly rang out. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and his face darkened. Qin Qingfei. Fei Shui's expression changed. Qin Qingfei brought a few young men and walked over. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold expression. Deacon Lu, what happened? You actually brought an outsider and wandered around the important place of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. How dare you? Qin Qingfei's gaze shifted and landed on attendant Lu. Deacon Lu's expression changed. He cupped his fists and said, Young Master Qin, this young hero is a good friend of Miss Fei Shui. Not only that, he's also an Emperor Heaven Divine Guard of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Nonsense. What Detian Divine Guards? Why have I never seen them before? Tell me, what do you want to do with them? Qin Qingfei berated. Deacon Lu's expression was somewhat unsightly as he said, This young hero wants to take the inter-province transportation formation. What? Take the inter-domain teleportation formation? The inter-province transportation array is an extremely important item of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. You actually brought an unknown person to take the inter-province transportation array. What if this person is a spy? If something happens to the inter-province transportation formation, can you bear the responsibility? Even 10 of your lives won't be enough. Qin Qingfei roared. This. Deacon Lu's expression turned even uglier and he began to hesitate. Previously, it was Fei Shui who came to ask him for help. Fei Shui's identity was no small matter. Naturally, he agreed readily. He did not think too much about it and did not suspect Lu Ming's identity. Now that Qin Qingfei said that, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Indeed, if something went wrong, he would be finished. Even Fei Shui couldn't protect him. Qin Qingfei, Lu Ming is an Emperor Sky Divine Guard. He's not a spy. Fei Shui said. If you're not a spy, show me the evidence. Qin Qingfei sneered. He did not believe Lu Ming at all when he said that he was from the Tianxian region. You want to see evidence, right? This is my Detian Divine Guard token. Take a look. Lu Ming took out his Divine Guard token and threw it to Qin Qingfei. Qin Qingfei took a look and his expression changed immediately, revealing a trace of disbelief. Lu Ming was really the Detian Divine Guard, and it was the Detian Divine Guard of the Tianxian region. Previously, Lu Ming had already said that he was an Emperor Sky Divine Guard from the Tianxian region, but he did not believe him at all. Why would an Emperor Heaven Divine Guard at the Martial King realm from the Tianxian region come to the Hong domain and even appear in the ruins of the puppet sect? He had thought that Lu Ming was just fooling him. He had never expected that it was true. Now you see, I'm an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard. No matter which palace it is, it all belongs to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. As long as you're an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard, you're qualified to use the inter-province transportation formation. Now, you can get lost, right? Lu Ming used his vital essence to roll the Divine Guard token back. He said coldly, emphasizing the last two words, get lost. Qin Qingfei's expression turned ugly and his expression changed rapidly. Finally, he rolled his eyes and sneered, so what if you're the Detian Divine Guard? It's a pity that the teleportation formation slots have been used up and we'll have to wait for the next one. The quota is gone. Impossible. I asked around yesterday. It's not over at all. Fei Shui said. Yesterday. Sorry, I just finished today. Qin Qingfei sneered. Impossible. Qin Qingfei, get out of the way. I want to go over and ask him personally. Fei Shui shouted. Ask what? The elder in charge of the inter-province transportation formation is my 8th uncle. I'll send him a message now and ask him to come over and talk to you. Qin Qingfei snorted. He took out a jade talisman and sent a message. Not long after, there was a flash of light, and a middle-aged man appeared in the field. Qing Fei, what's the matter? The middle-aged man looked at Qing Fei. Eighth uncle, Fei Xue brought a brat with her. She wants to use the interdomain teleportation array. I told them that there were no more slots, but they didn't believe me. Qing Fei said. The middle-aged man looked at Fei Xue and said, there are indeed no more spots. Impossible. There were still slots left yesterday. Fei Xue's expression was ugly. Fei Xue, you're getting more and more daring. Are you suspecting me? I've been in charge of the teleportation array for many years. Do you think I don't know if there are any spots? Please go back. The middle-aged man's face darkened as he waved his hand. Fei Xue bit her red lips. Then, when will the next batch of slots be available? At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. I'm not sure about the next batch. After using it this time, the interprovince transportation formation will need to be repaired. It will probably take a year and a half. The middle-aged man sneered. A year and a half. Lu Ming's expression was extremely gloomy. 1.5 years, how could he make it in time? Qing Fei and the middle-aged man were clearly making things difficult for him. However, this was the Hengyu Palace, and there were countless experts here. The middle-aged man's cultivation was unfathomable, so it was impossible for him to barge in. The only path he could take was death. However, the other party insisted that there were no more slots, so he had no choice. Hee hee. Qing Fei laughed coldly. He was extremely pleased to see the ugly expressions on Fei Xue and Lu Ming's faces. Lady Flying Snow, let's go. Lu Ming turned around and left. Now, he could only think of other ways. Brother Lu, there might be another way. On the way, Fei Xue said. Oh. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In 6 days, the biggest auction in Heng City, the Heaven Secret Auction organized by the Heaven Secret Chamber of Commerce, will be held. Every time, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace will auction 2 slots for the interprovince transportation in the form of a token. They are known as the cross-province token. The purpose is to give those outside the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace the opportunity to cross-province and head to other large regions. As long as one's identity is clear, they can buy the token. As long as they can buy the token and have no problems with their identity, Qing Fei and the others will have no reason to stop them. Fei Xue explained. Chapter 585 Auction. Domain Teleporting Token. In 6 days. Lu Ming's eyes darted around. 6 days later, it was too late. It was already the agreed date. However, there was no other way now. Alright, I must get a territory crossing token in 6 days. Lu Ming muttered in a firm voice. As they walked, they chatted. Soon, the two of them walked out of the palace. Brother Lu, if you need anything, just let me know. I'll auction off a territory crossing token, which is very valuable. If you need the help of spirit crystals, I can help you temporarily. Fei Xue said. There's no need for that, Miss Flying Snow. I still have to thank you for your help this time. I will definitely obtain the territory crossing token 6 days later. Lu Ming cupped his fists and then left. 6 days later. Even if I manage to get the token, I can only use it on the 2nd day, which means 7 days later. I hope I can make it in time. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Lu Ming did not return to the inn immediately. He asked around and headed to the Tianji auction house. He did not have many supreme spiritual crystals on him now. 800,000 supreme spiritual crystals were probably not enough. According to what Fei Xue said, the price of 2 cross-domain quotas would be very high. Lu Ming planned to take out some items and put them up for auction at the Secret Chamber of Commerce. What should we use to bid? Lu Ming pondered as he walked. He had a lot of low-level items on him, but they were not worth much. The high-level ones, such as the True War Dragon Technique, the cultivation method of the Dragon God's 3 Absolutes, the 9 Dragons Heaven-Treading Steps, and the Path Understanding Ancient Tree, were not things that could be taken out for auction. He could take out some of the dark yellow soil to auction, but Lu Ming was reluctant to do so. There were also 5 pieces of the highest grade level 6 common knotgrass. Lu Ming could not give them away because he planned to use them to break through to the 7th grade physical body. As for heaven-level martial arts techniques, Lu Ming had 7 to 8 of them on him, all of which were heaven-level low rank. However, it was impossible to sell 7 or 8 heaven-grade low-level martial arts techniques for too high a price. It seems like I'll have to sell some intent crystals. Lu Ming pondered. And NBSP, he had a lot of intent crystals right now, so there was no harm in selling some that he didn't use. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Heavenly Secret Auction House. The Secret Chamber of Commerce was the #1 chamber of commerce on the continent, and its reputation was unquestionable. "Young master, are you auctioning a treasure?" As soon as they entered the Heavenly Secret Auction House, a beautiful young lady walked up to them and asked with a smile. "Not bad." Lu Ming nodded. Those who came to the Heaven's Secrets Auction House were usually there to auction their treasures. "Young master, please follow me. Your treasure needs to be appraised by an appraiser." The young lady brought Lu Ming to a counter. "Lord Appraiser, this young hero wants to put up a treasure for auction." The young girl said to a white-haired old man on the counter. I know. You may leave." The old man waved his hand, and the young girl left. "Little brother, what treasure do you want to auction?" The old man looked at Lu Ming with a smile. He was very kind and made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. As expected of the Secret Chamber of Commerce, its quality was truly different. "I want to put up an auction for intent crystals," Lu Ming said. "Oh. How many were they auctioning?" "According to the rules, you can't put it up for auction for less than 10 yuan. The old man smiled. There were too few of them. The treasures auctioned by the Secret Chamber of Commerce all had a base price of more than 10,000 supreme spiritual crystals. "I'm auctioning 2,000 low-grade intent crystals," Lu Ming said. He then took out a storage ring and passed it to the old man. "What? 2,000? The old man's voice suddenly rose, his face full of shock. Gao Kang's voice attracted some people's attention. Some of the girls even guessed that there was some particularly valuable treasure. Otherwise, why would the appraiser be so surprised? And NBSP, intent crystals were consumables. Warriors who obtained them would use them as long as their attributes matched to increase their strength. It was extremely rare for someone to put up 2,000 intent crystals for auction. The old man's consciousness entered the storage ring to take a look, and his eyes widened. 2,000 gold attribute intent crystals. All of them are gold attribute intent crystals. The old man exclaimed. He initially thought that even if Lu Ming took out 2,000 esoteric crystals, they would be a mix of all kinds of attributes. If that was the case, the price would be much lower. He didn't expect them to all be gold attribute intent crystals. The price of the same type of intent crystal would be much higher. Those who cultivated the creation of gold would probably bid like crazy. The market price of an intent crystal was 1,000 top-grade spirit crystals, but in reality, 1,000 top-grade spirit crystals were not enough to buy one intent crystal. It could often be fried to a few thousand yuan, or even more. And the fewer intent crystals there were, the cheaper the price. If there were a lot of them and they were sold in groups, the price would be even higher. A warrior refining 1 or 2 intent crystals could only speed up the comprehension of intent. However, if he used it continuously, not only would the effect be good, but it could also help him break through to the realm of intent. For example, if one's intent realm encountered a bottleneck, 1 or 2 intent crystals wouldn't be of much use, but 100 might be enough to break through the bottleneck. And NBSP, thus, the more there were, the higher the average price of each intent crystal would be. If 2,000 metal intent crystals were to be auctioned off at the same time, the price would definitely be terrifyingly high. Little brother, I'll help you register. The old man quickly helped Lu Ming to register and then handed him a proof of auction. Little brother, according to the rules, after the auction is done, there's a 5% commission fee. The old man laughed. I understand. Lu Ming nodded. He kept the consignment certificate and left the Tianji auction house. After making a few rounds around Hung City, Lu Ming found a restaurant and walked up to a table by the window. He ordered some food and wine and started eating. Did you hear? There's going to be a great treasure being auctioned at the Heavenly Secret Auction this time. I've heard about the Secret Chamber of Commerce's promotion a few days ago. I wonder what kind of treasure it is. I don't know exactly what treasure it is, but an elder of my clan works in the Heaven's Secrets auction house. According to him, it's a rare treasure. Oh, I'm really looking forward to it. In the restaurant, some other people were eating and drinking while chatting. A short and chubby young man said the loudest with a smug look on his face. At this moment, the chunky young man's expression changed. He took out a jade voice transmission talisman and his expression changed when he saw it. Big news, big news. I just received news that there's another treasure up for auction. Can you guess what it is? He shouted. How can you guess? Tell me. The others said. Ha, let me tell you. This time, it's intent crystals, Yi Mo said. The short and fat youth said. Intent crystals. What's so strange about that? It's not a treasure. The others were disdainful. Although the power Upanishad crystals aren't a great treasure, once you have enough of them, they'll become a great treasure. I heard that this time, a set of 2,000 gold power Upanishad crystals will be auctioned off at the same time. The Secret Chamber of Commerce has already started to publicize it. The short and fat youth shouted. What? 2,000 gold intent crystals. The others were all shocked. Start of the grand meeting. Lu Ming, who was at the side, was also stunned. He did not expect the news to spread so quickly. The Secret Chamber of Commerce's speed was truly fast. In fact, it wasn't difficult to understand why the Secret Chamber of Commerce would do this. This way, he could attract even more people who needed gold attribute intent crystals to bid for them. When the time came, the price would rise even higher, and the Secret Chamber of Commerce would naturally earn more. Lu Ming smiled. This was a good thing for him. After having his fill, Lu Ming walked out of the restaurant and returned to the inn. There were still 6 days left, just enough time to cultivate. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of Level 9 Martial King realm, it would be impossible for him to break through in a short period of time. As for his martial technique, the Dragon God's 3 absolutes, he had already cultivated it to the 5th level. As for the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, although he had made rapid progress recently, he still needed some time to cultivate the 4th step. The 4th step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was equivalent to the 6th level of a heaven-grade upper-level martial technique, and it was extremely powerful. Now, I can only improve my physical body. Lu Ming pondered. As long as Lu Ming's physical body broke through to the 7th stage, his combat strength would increase by another level. A 7th grade body was 10 times stronger than a 6th grade body. There was a huge gap between the 6th grade body and the 7th grade body. Lu Ming took out a stalk of common knotgrass. The common knotgrass was originally an ordinary level 1 spiritual herb. However, after growing on Xianhuang silicatic soil for countless years, it had turned into the highest level 6 spiritual herb. The medicinal essence it contained was extremely rich. Lu Ming cast the 10,000 spiritual combat body. He slowly transformed the 7-section herb into the chi of 10,000 spirits and began to cultivate his physical body. A top-rank level 6 spiritual herb was very useful for Sea of Soul realm experts. The essence of the herb was too rich. The seething medicinal essence continuously transformed into wisps of chi of myriad spirits and seeped into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's muscles, bones, internal organs, and veins were all improving rapidly, approaching a new level. A day had passed. Lu Ming refined a stalk of common knotgrass. He took out another one and continued refining. Day after day. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lu Ming had refined all the 5-story 7-section grass. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was shrouded in a dense layer of mist. A strong medicinal fragrance emanated from Lu Ming's body. Crackling. The sound of beans being fried came from Lu Ming's body. A gray mist was discharged from his body. It was the impurities in his body. Lu Ming's body was covered with a layer of treasure light. It looked like a supreme treasure. After 5 days of cultivation and refining 5 stalks of common knotgrass, Lu Ming's physical body had finally broken through to rank 7. His physical strength had increased tenfold. Kacha! Kacha! With a single thought, Lu Ming's body emitted a sound. Then, Lu Ming's body grew taller and his muscles swelled up. In a few breaths, Lu Ming had transformed into a burly young man who was 2 meters tall. This was the mystery of a rank 7 body. When one's body reached rank 7, they could change the density of their muscles, bones, size, and body shape at will. There was another explosion and Lu Ming changed back. He took out a level 5 spirit sword and slashed his arm. Lu Ming felt as if he was cutting leather. He could not cut in at all. The level 5 spiritual sword was extremely sharp, but it could not even cut Lu Ming's skin. One could see how strong Lu Ming's physical defense was. Most Sea of Soul realm experts couldn't even reach the 7th stage body. He injected his Jin Yuan and made a cut on his arm. But before the blood could flow out, the muscles on the wound started to wriggle rapidly. In a few breaths, the wound healed, leaving a scar. The scar was also disappearing quickly. He believed that in a few hours, the scar would be completely gone. The rank 7 body is indeed powerful. This way, my combat strength has increased by at least 20%. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Don't look down on 20%. Lu Ming's combat strength was the combination of vital essence, intent, martial arts techniques, and many other aspects. Moreover, Lu Ming's combat strength was already extremely shocking. It was already terrifying to have it increased by 20% all of a sudden. This was also because of the magic of the 10,000 spiritual combat body. Even if other people had the highest grade level 6 spiritual herbs, it would be useless. There's still some medicinal power left in my body. There's still 1 day before the auction starts, so I can refine it. Lu Ming immediately activated his 10,000 spirit combat body and continued to refine the medicinal effects. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Lu Ming received a message. Fei Xue had arrived and was waiting for him downstairs. Lady Flying Snow. Lu Ming came downstairs and smiled. Brother Lu. Fei Xue also smiled. She looked at Lu Ming in surprise. After not seeing him for a few days, she could feel that there were some changes in Lu Ming, but she could not put her finger on what exactly had changed. Lady Flying Snow, you are also going to the auction? Lu Ming asked. The Secret Chamber of Commerce only holds an auction once every 6 months. I heard that there's a rare treasure up for auction this time. Of course, I'm going to see it. Also, this time, there'll be a stack of 2,000 gold element intent crystals being auctioned. I have an elder who also cultivates the gold intent realm, and it'll be his birthday soon. I want to buy it and give it to him as a gift. Fei Xue laughed. Oh. Lu Ming nodded. I really don't know who has 2,000 gold attribute power Upanishad crystals. Moreover, it's rare to see all of them being put up for auction. I guess the competition this time will be very fierce. I don't know if I can get it or not. Fei Xue sighed. Lu Ming smiled and touched his nose. The two of them walked towards the heavenly secret auction. It didn't take long before they arrived. Miss Fei Xue, you're here too. Please follow me to the VIP room. As soon as Fei Xue arrived, a beautiful young lady welcomed her with a smile. She brought Lu Ming and Fei Xue to a VIP room. Like most auction venues, the first floor of the auction venue was a huge hall. Above the hall was a high platform for the host of the auction. On the second floor, there were many VIP rooms that surrounded the entire hall. The view was excellent, and one could see the scene below. Lu Ming and Fei Xue went to VIP room number 10. Lu Ming opened the window and looked out. At this moment, there were already many people in the hall. The number of people was increasing. In guest room number 5, Qin Qingfei and a middle-aged man were sitting inside. This time, I'll definitely get 2,000 gold intent crystals. Qin Qingfei's eyes were burning with passion. What he cultivated was the metal intent, and he had also reached a bottleneck. If he could get 2,000 metal intent crystals, he would definitely be able to break through this bottleneck, and his metal intent would also advance by leaps and bounds. Second young master, metal intent crystals might be precious, but our goal this time is that treasure. The middle-aged man reminded. Don't worry. This time, my father has given me a large number of supreme spiritual crystals. I'll definitely be able to get that treasure. Qin Qingfei said with confidence. Thereafter, he got up and opened the window. He immediately saw Lu Ming opposite him. Chapter 587 Inscription Scroll. It's that kid again. Qin Qingfei's eyes turned cold when he saw Lu Ming, and a cold smile appeared on his face. This kid is most likely here for the territory crossing token. Hee, it's not that easy to get the token. Qin Qingfei sneered and closed the window. There was a gloominess in Lu Ming's eyes. More and more people gathered in the hall. In the end, there were at least 20,000 people. One must know that there was a requirement to enter the heavenly secret auction house. One must be at least a martial king. Those below the martial king realm were not allowed to enter. In other words, the 20,000 people present were all martial artists above the martial king realm. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. The abilities of the Grand Domain were indeed powerful. It was not something that the Tianxian region could compare to. There were less than 20,000 martial kings in the Tianxian region. But now, there were more than 20,000 people in an auction. There was no way to compare. At this moment, a white-robed, refined-looking middle-aged man walked onto the stage. The branch president of Graceful Wind is here. As soon as this middle-aged man went on stage, the entire place fell silent, as if he had a great deterrent force. The middle-aged man smiled and said, I believe many of you know me, but there are some new friends who don't. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Feng Xiu, and I'm the president of the Secret Chamber of Commerce's branch in the Hong Domain. I'm the host of this auction, the elder said. This time, there are a total of 218 treasures to be auctioned. They are definitely of the highest quality. I hope everyone will be satisfied. Alright, time is limited. Let's start the first auction of the day. Feng Xiu went straight to the point and announced the start of the auction. Immediately, a beautiful young lady walked over with a tray. There was a drawing on the tray. Feng Xiu opened the drawing and saw that it was a lightning bolt. I believe everyone has already seen that this is an inscription scroll. As long as you inject your vital essence into it, you can activate the inscription on the scroll and launch a fatal attack. The power of this lightning inscription scroll is equivalent to the strongest attack of a peak level 7 martial king. The starting price is 10,000 spiritual crystals of the highest quality, and the price increment must not be less than 1,000 spiritual crystals. After Feng Xiu's introduction, she stated her starting price. It's an inscription scroll. This thing is very rare. It can save your life at a critical moment. And its power is equivalent to the full force attack of a level 7 martial king. If used well, it can even kill a level 7 martial king. I'll take it. I'll pay 12,000 supreme spiritual crystals. There was a wave of discussion in the venue, and someone immediately began to bid. It's an inscription scroll. Lu Ming's expression changed. Inscription scrolls were scrolls refined by inscription masters, but ordinary inscription masters couldn't refine them at all. In order to refine an inscription scroll, the first condition was that one must be a pure inscription master. In fact, most of the so-called inscription masters were not pure. They mainly cultivated martial arts with inscriptions as a supplement. Most warriors would practice the Tao of inscription to aid their cultivation of martial arts. None of them were pure inscription masters. Without a pure inscriber, one would not be able to refine inscription scrolls. In the Tianxian region, there was not a single pure inscriber. As the saying goes, a person's energy is limited. If one wanted to become a pure inscriber, he would need to spend a lot of energy, and his martial cultivation would definitely not be too high. Besides, a pure inscriber's combat ability was extremely low before level 5. They could not be compared to martial artists. However, a pure inscriber would undergo a qualitative change once they broke through to the 5th rank. Their combat abilities would become extremely terrifying, and their combat methods would be extremely mysterious. Therefore, there was another name for a pure inscriber, and that was true. An inscription master. A true inscription master, a true inscription master. Lu Ming had read about these in the books in the past. He did not expect to see an inscription talisman that was refined by a true inscription alchemist. Just as Lu Ming was in the process of thinking, the price rose steadily. It had already exceeded 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals. What a bunch of country bumpkins. How could someone want such a trashy inscription talisman scroll? Back then, I casually refined an inscription talisman scroll, and it was 100,000 times, 1,000,000 times better than this. Dandan was lying on Lu Ming's shoulder with one leg crossed. She was holding a level 5 spiritual herb that she had painstakingly soaked in Lu Ming's water and was chewing on it. As he gnawed, he muttered, his face full of disdain. "Oh, then why don't you make one for me?" Lu Ming pursed his lips. I'm injured now. Otherwise, it would have been a matter of minutes. Dandan boasted shamelessly. At the side, Fei Shui looked at Dandan with interest. "Brother Lu, your turtle demonic beast is quite fun." Fei Shui laughed. When demonic beasts reached the king level, they could speak. Fei Shui did not find it strange. This guy, other than bragging, he only knows how to eat. He has no other use. Lu Ming said casually. Upon hearing this, Dandan could not take it anymore. She jumped up from Lu Ming's shoulder, widened her eyes, and shouted, "Kid, what did you say? How dare you say that I'm useless? How dare you look down on me? I'm the head of the top 10 war beasts, my might is unparalleled in the world, and I'm invincible." Dandan pointed at Lu Ming with one claw and spoke like an old man. However, her voice was young and tender, like a 3-year-old child, causing Fei Shui to giggle non-stop. "Come on, just stay here obediently." Lu Ming smiled and went to grab Dandan's small head. "Preposterous, I'll bite." Dandan bared her teeth and opened her mouth to bite Lu Ming's finger. "Nest, you dare to bite me." Lu Ming was caught off guard. Dandan bit his finger and he could not shake it off. In the end, Lu Ming surrendered and took out a level 5 spiritual herb. Only then did he release his mouth in anger. "Now you know how powerful I am." Dandan was very pleased with herself and hid to the side to gnaw on spirit herbs. This guy is the reincarnation of a peerless expert. Lu Ming did not believe it at all. At that moment, the inscription scroll had been sold for 35,000 top-quality spiritual crystals. After all, although the inscription scrolls were powerful, they were only one-time use. They would disappear once they were used, so their price wouldn't be too ridiculous. Next, Feng Xiu took out the second item, an upper level 5 alchemy furnace. Alchemy cauldrons were extremely rare, which was why their price was several times higher than normal spiritual weapons. The upper lever 5 alchemy furnace was sold for 120,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Then, one item after another was taken out for auction. Refining materials, spirit herbs, spirit weapons, cultivation methods, secret manuals, and even demonic beasts and battle pets were available. However, although these treasures were precious, Lu Ming was not interested in any of them. The other VIP rooms on the second floor also didn't speak. Everyone knew that these people were waiting for the treasures to come. The further one progressed, the more precious the treasures would be. The 156th treasure is a bottle of primordial origin liquid. It's a mid-grade primordial origin liquid. I believe I don't need to explain its function. Everyone knows that it's the top sacred product for cultivating the body. Feng Xiu held a jade bottle in her hand and said loudly. Deliberately raising the price. Mid-grade innate original liquid. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He still remembered that back in the Blazing Sun Empire, he had bid for the innate origin liquid. However, it was only a low-grade innate origin liquid and there were only 9 drops. But now, it was a mid-grade innate original fluid and a whole bottle. The price of a mid-grade innate original fluid was many times higher than that of a low-grade one. However, with the strength of my body, this small bottle of mid-grade innate stock solution won't have much effect. However, I still have to buy it. It's also good to give it to father and mother to strengthen their bodies. Lu Ming had an idea and decided to buy it. Alright, this bottle of mid-grade primordial origin liquid has a starting price of 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Each bid must be at least 5,000. Feng Xiu announced. I bid 60,000. I'll pay 70,000. I'll get 80,000. As soon as Feng Xiu's voice fell, a group of people began to bid. This bottle of connate original liquid was not useful to Lu Ming, but it did not mean that it was useless to others. An ordinary warrior's body was not as strong as Lu Ming's. Even most Sea of Souls realm experts did not have a 7th rank body. Unless one had specially cultivated a body-tempering cultivation technique. Ordinary kings used true origin to temper their bodies, but their bodies were only at the 4th stage. Only a small number of them could reach rank 5. The mid-grade innate original fluid was still very useful to them. The price kept rising and soon reached 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals. 150,000. Suddenly, a clear voice was heard. The bidder was Lu Ming. The entire venue fell silent. Lu Ming added 50,000 in one go, showing his determination to win. 160,000. Another person made a bid. 200,000. Lu Ming made another bid, adding another 40,000 in one go. Many people shook their heads and sighed, giving up on the competition. It was obvious that Lu Ming did not hesitate to increase the price. He increased the price as if he was playing. They did not have the confidence to compete with Lu Ming. To be honest, Lu Ming did not care about tens of thousands of top-grade spirit crystals. Now, he needed at least 1 million top-grade spiritual crystals to increase his cultivation by 1 level. He had refined more than 20 million supreme spiritual crystals. 200,000 going once. Is there anyone else? Feng Xiu asked. 215,000. At this moment, a lazy voice was heard from guest room number 5. Qin Qingfei. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. That voice was Qin Qingfei's. In guest room number 5, Qin Qingfei sneered and thought, "Kid, you want it, but I won't let you get it so easily." 250,000. Lu Ming increased the price to 250,000 yuan. 255,000. Qin Qingfei's voice rang out again, but he only symbolically added 5,000. That seems to be Qin Qingfei. That's right. I wonder who's in VIP room 10. It seems like he offended Qin Qingfei. Qin Qingfei didn't want to bid at all, but intentionally raised the price. At the scene, many people saw through Qin Qingfei's intentions. $300,000. If you raise the price, I'll let you have it. Lu Ming's voice was heard. Ha, since you bid $300,000 to buy a bottle of primordial origin liquid that costs more than $100,000, how can I have the nerve to compete with you? I'll let you have it. Qin Qingfei's mocking voice rang out. 300,000 going once, anyone else? Feng Xiu asked. No one made a sound. What a joke. A bottle of mid-grade primordial origin liquid that cost more than 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals was already the highest price. 300,000 was too expensive. Who would bid for it? Feng Xiu asked 3 times but no one made a bid. This bottle of primordial origin liquid naturally belonged to Lu Ming. After a short while, a young girl delivered the innate original fluid to guest room number 10. Young master, the president has said that you can pay for your spiritual crystals after the auction. The young girl said in a sweet voice. All right, thank you, miss. Lu Ming nodded and kept the primordial origin liquid. Brother Lu, do you have any treasures to auction? Fei Shue's beautiful eyes flashed as she said. Only treasures that were placed on auction could be paid for after the auction was over. Yes, there is one. Lu Ming nodded. Fei Shue didn't ask further, but she was curious. The auction continued, and soon, another dozen items were sold. I believe everyone has heard of the 198th item today. It's the interdomain token, which is a place to take the interdomain teleportation formation. I believe that everyone knows that the interprovince transportation formation consumes a terrifying amount of energy. Therefore, the cost of using it is extremely high. Even the nearest region would cost 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals. The further the distance, the more expensive the cost. Originally, there were 2 slots to be auctioned this time. However, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace has transferred 1 slot back at the last minute, leaving only 1 slot left. This slot can be used up to 20 large domains. Now, the starting price is 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals, and each bid must be at least 10,000 spiritual crystals higher. Let the bidding begin. Feng Xiu announced. Only 1 left? I must get this one. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. I bid 110,000. I'll pay $120,000. As soon as Feng Xiu's voice fell, someone immediately started bidding. After all, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would only give out 1 or 2 slots each time. How many people were there in the entire Hung domain? There were always people who wanted to go to other large regions, so there were naturally many people bidding. It didn't take long for the price to rise to 200,000. I will pay 250000. Everyone, this old man has an important matter to attend to at the Flying Snowflake domain. Please give it to this old man will be extremely grateful. An old voice sounded. You have something to do. Am I fine? I want to go to Lu Heaven domain, I'll pay 280,000. A deep voice rang out, not giving in at all. 300,000. 320,000. Very quickly, the price rose to a high of 400,000. Those who bid were all above the level of king tiers. Those below the level of king tiers would not be able to take out so many supreme grade spirit crystals. I'll pay 600,000. Suddenly, a voice rang out, shaking the entire place. He had added 200,000 supreme spiritual crystals all of a sudden, showing his determination to get it. It's VIP room number 10. Someone looked at VIP room number 10. The one who made the bid was naturally Lu Ming. He was determined to get this spot. The crowd fell silent. 600,000 yuan was too much. Moreover, who knew if Lu Ming would continue to increase the bid? Ha, this kid finally can't help but raise the price. 600,000 is too low. In guest room number 5, Qin Qingfei sneered and then spoke. 700,000. Qin Qingfei called out 700,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and he looked at VIP room number 5. It's this guy again. I knew he would cause trouble. Fei Shui gritted her teeth. I know how to raise the price too. 800,000. Lu Ming did not hesitate and continued to increase the bid. 810,000. Qin Qingfei immediately added another 10,000. A strong murderous intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he continued, $1 million. $1,010,000. Qin Qingfei added another 10,000. Whoosh. The crowd was in an uproar, and there was a heated discussion. The person in guest room 10 seems to have really offended Qin Qingfei. Otherwise, why would he keep targeting him? Qin Qingfei is obviously doing this on purpose. This is getting interesting. There were all sorts of expressions on the scene. Some were unhappy with Qin Qingfei's character, while others were gloating and watching the show. Detestable. Qin Qingfei, what do you mean by this? Are you deliberately raising the price? Fei Shui opened the window angrily and shouted at guest room number 5. That's Flying Snow. No wonder. Flying Snow's bloodline and Qin Qingfei's bloodline are enemies. No wonder Qin Qingfei would purposely increase the price. Someone immediately recognized Fei Shui. Hee, Fei Shui, don't you slander me. I'm bidding normally. You're allowed to bid for the treasures, but I'm not allowed to bid. The Heavenly Secret Auction House doesn't have such a rule. Qin Qingfei opened the window and sneered. He even threw a provocative look at Lu Ming with a mocking expression on his face. Detestable. The Flying Snow closed the crystal window and she gritted her teeth. It's fine. Lu Ming said calmly. He looked calm as he continued to bid, 1,200,000. In any case, 2,000 pieces of gold element intent crystals would at least be worth 2 million top-quality spirit crystals. This was the lowest price, and in reality, it was definitely more than that. 1,210,000. Qin Qingfei continued to bid. 1,300,000. Lu Ming continued to bid without any hesitation. In guest room number 5, Qin Qingfei's face flashed with a proud smile. He was about to continue bidding. Second young master, the next treasure is more important. If you increase the price again and the other party doesn't want it, we will have to spend more than 3 million supreme spiritual crystals. I'm afraid that it will affect our future plans. The middle-aged man advised. Qin Qingfei's eyes flickered a few times, and he finally stopped bidding. He said in a teasing voice, 3 million for a spot. Hee, I'll give it to you. Since Qin Qingfei had withdrawn from the bidding, there was naturally no one else who placed a bid. The spot ended up in Lu Ming's hands. After a while, a young girl took out a token and passed it to Lu Ming. With this token, Lu Ming could use the interdomain teleportation array. Lu Ming kept the token. His face had always been calm, but beneath that calmness, there was an endless storm. The auction continued. The more he progressed, the more precious the treasures were. Especially after the 210th treasure, each of them was the best of the best. The bidding price of each of them was more than 1 million supreme spiritual crystals. Some of them even reached the sky-high price of 2 million supreme spiritual crystals. Alright, now, there are only 2 treasures left. The next item is a set of intent crystals. Metal element intent crystals, a total of 2,000 pieces. After a pause, Graceful Wind continued, everyone knows that the market price for profound crystals is around 1,000 pieces. But in reality, 1,000 pieces of profound crystals is absolutely impossible to buy. Moreover, the more profound crystals there are, the higher the price. Right now, there are 2,000 pieces of profound crystals. The base price is 2 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. Each bid cannot be less than 100,000. 2,100,000. 2,200,000. As soon as Feng Xiu's voice fell, someone immediately began to bid. Most of the people who bid were from the VIP rooms on the second floor. After all, more than 2 million supreme spiritual crystals was an astronomical figure for most people. The secret chamber of commerce had started to spread the news 5 or 6 days ago. Many people had come specifically for the 2,000 gold intent crystals. Therefore, there were many people bidding, and the competition was extremely fierce. Fei Shui was also tempted and joined the competition. In guest room number 5, Qin Qingfei's eyes were shining with passion. No one can compete with me. The 2,000 gold intent crystals are mine. He wasn't in a hurry to bid, and was waiting for the right moment. The price rose steadily and soon reached the 3 million mark. It was still rising. 3,500,000. Fei Shui bid. Lu Ming looked at Fei Shui in surprise. It seemed that Fei Shui's identity was not ordinary. It was considered a big deal for her to be able to fork out 3.5 million best-grade spirit crystals to celebrate a senior's birthday. However, someone immediately called out a price that exceeded flying snows. 3,600,000. 3,700,000. 4 million. In a short while, it had broken through the 4 million mark. Sigh, forget it. This price is too high. Fei Shui sighed and withdrew from the competition. At this moment, there were still about a dozen people bidding. These people definitely had extraordinary identities. Some of them had very old voices, and they were definitely seniors who had lived for a long time. 5 million. All of a sudden, a voice reverberated through the entire area, causing the entire place to fall silent. He had added 1 million supreme spiritual crystals all of a sudden, which was terrifying. Qin Qingfei. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He could tell that the person who had bid was Qin Qingfei. 5 million. Is there anyone else? Feng Xiu asked. 5,100,000. After a moment of silence, someone finally made a bid. 5,200,000. Qin Qingfei raised the bid without hesitation. 5,300,000. Someone continued to bid. The price continued to rise, and soon, it exceeded 6 million. At this price, most people backed out of the bidding. Only one person was still bidding against Qin Qingfei. 6,800,000. Qin Qingfei called out this terrifying price. The man was silent for a while. In the end, he sighed and didn't speak. Qin Qingfei's face was filled with joy. The 2,000 pieces of gold intent crystals were finally going to be his. And NBSP, with these 2,000 gold intent crystals, his intent could quickly make a breakthrough and reach the limit of the late stage of level 1. With one more step, he would be able to reach the great circle of level 1. Just as he was deep in thought, a voice interrupted him. 7 million. Someone called out a bid of 7 million. Brother Lu. Fei Shui muttered and looked at Lu Ming in surprise. It was Lu Ming who had called out the bid of 7 million. Damn it, Lu Ming. Qin Qingfei's eyes glinted coldly. Naturally, he could recognize Lu Ming's voice. 7,200,000. Qin Qingfei immediately added 200,000 pieces of supreme spiritual crystals. 7,300,000. Lu Ming smiled and added another 100,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. 7,500,000. Qin Qingfei added. 7,600,000. Lu Ming added 100,000 yuan each time. Elixir of life. Damn it, damn it. That damned little bastard. Qin Qingfei roared. How could he not know that Lu Ming was trying to raise the price with him? This was a means to take revenge on him for raising the price previously. 8 million. Qin Qingfei roared and called out a high price of 8 million. 8,100,000. Lu Ming continued to add another 100,000. Damn it, kid, you're deliberately raising the price and disrupting the order of the auction. Qin Qingfei couldn't help but shout. Hee hee, how laughable. Who said that I was trying to raise the price? This is a normal auction. You're allowed to bid, but I'm not. Lu Ming sneered. This was what Qin Qingfei had said to Lu Ming and Fei Shua previously. Now, Lu Ming had returned the favor. Damn it, 3 million. 8,400,000. 9 million. Qin Qingfei shouted out the number hysterically. This was already all he had. He could not add any more. Although he still had a large number of spiritual crystals on him, they were all transferred to him by his father to bid for that precious treasure. 9 million. Young Master Qin is indeed rich and generous. I admire you. Then, young Master Qin, I will let you have it. Lu Ming chuckled and backed out of the auction. 9 million was already a very high price. If he continued to raise the price, Lu Ming was afraid that Qin Qingfei would not want it anymore. In the end, the 2,000 pieces of metal intent crystals were won by Qin Qingfei with a price of 9 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. Good, time is fast. We've come to the last item for today. This item is a rare treasure. Feng Xiu's voice resounded throughout the entire scene, and everyone's spirits were lifted. Most of the people knew that they were not qualified to participate in the final bidding, but they wanted to watch the show and broaden their horizons. In the future, they would have an extra capital to brag to their acquaintances. Many people opened their eyes wide, waiting for Feng Xiu to take out the last treasure. Lu Ming was also looking at it with great interest. He wanted to see what the last treasure was. At this moment, Feng Xiu's palm glowed and a jade bottle appeared in her hand. A jade bottle? Could it be some kind of medicinal pill or spiritual liquid? Everyone guessed in their hearts. Ha, I won't keep you all in suspense. This bottle is the elixir of life. Feng Xiu's eyes swept across the entire scene as she spoke word by word. Whoosh! As soon as Feng Xiu's words fell, the entire place burst into an uproar. What? Life potion? The legendary water of life that can resurrect the dead? The elixir of life is a peerless treasure. No matter how serious the injury is, the elixir of life can heal it very quickly. How is that possible? Oh my God, is this for real? At the scene, there were countless exclamations and shocked voices. Bang! In guest room number 10, Lu Ming stood up abruptly and looked outside, his eyes glowing with a scorching light. Elixir of life, it was actually the elixir of life, he had to get it. With the elixir of life, the injuries to Lu Yuntian's meridians would definitely be able to heal, and he would be able to embark on the path of martial arts once more. He had long since made a vow to find the treasure that could cure Lu Yuntian. However, he had never encountered such a natural treasure. Now, he had. Elixir of life, it's actually the elixir of life. Ha! Father has great foresight. This time, I must get it. In guest room number 5, Qin Qingfei stood up as well. His eyes were burning with passion. Everyone was boiling with excitement, their eyes burning with passion. Everyone, this bottle of elixir of life is not pure. It's diluted, and the concentration is only 1/10 of the pure elixir of life. Besides, reviving the dead is just a rumor. No matter how much pure elixir of life you use, it's impossible, let alone diluted elixir of life. But there's one thing I'm sure of, even diluted elixir of life can heal any physical injury. Even if your arm is cut off, as long as you put a drop of diluted elixir of life on the wound, it can be reconnected and healed perfectly. Feng Xiu loudly introduced. Even so, everyone's enthusiasm was still high. A diluted elixir of life was a supreme treasure. Alright, let's start the bidding. The starting price is 5 million supreme spiritual crystals. Each increment must be at least 200,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Feng Xiu announced. 5,500,000. 5,800,000. 6 million. Instantly, someone made a bid. The secret chamber of commerce had long since announced that there would be a supreme treasure up for auction. Although they hadn't clearly stated what treasure it was, it still attracted the interest of many people. Many rich people had already prepared spiritual crystals and were waiting here. Just like Qin Qingfei. No one had placed a bid before, but now that the elixir of life had appeared, people began to place their bids. The elixir of life, even if it was diluted, if used well, it was equivalent to having one more life. Who wouldn't be tempted? With the elixir of life, he would be able to explore even more dangerous forbidden lands and ruins in search of even more precious treasures. The price was skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. Not long after, it broke through the sky-high price of 9 million for 2,000 gold element intent crystals and charged up to 10 million. 11 million. Qin Qingfei roared. 11,500,000. Immediately, someone raised the bid by 500,000, not giving in at all. Manager Wu, quickly send a message to my father and ask him to transfer another 20 million supreme spiritual crystals to me. I must get the elixir of life today. Qin Qingfei said to the middle-aged man. Yes, second young master. The middle-aged man quickly took out a voice transmission jade talisman and began to transmit his voice. The price continued to rise. Very quickly, the price shot up to a terrifying 15 million. However, there were still many people competing. 15,500,000. Qin Qingfei roared. 16 million. The price was still rising. When the price reached 20 million, the number of bidders finally decreased. Many people sighed. 20 million. This price was too terrifying. Even if they wanted to, they had no way of competing. Those who did not have the financial resources to compete were also excited. 20 million supreme spiritual crystals was an astronomical figure for most people. However, it was extremely rare to see so many people paying such a price for a treasure. Being able to see it with their own eyes was also a form of bragging. At this moment, there were only 3 people left in the competition. Qin Qingfei was one of them. 23 million. When Qin Qingfei called out the sky-high price of 23 million, another person backed out. When Qin Qingfei called out 25 million, the last person also backed out. Ha, the elixir of life is mine. You want to compete with the Qin family in wealth? Dream on. Qin Qingfei laughed. 26 million. At this moment, a clear and firm voice was heard. Lu Ming finally started to bid. Blinding eyes. Lu Ming's bid made the atmosphere lively again. There are still people bidding. I thought it would fall into the Qin clan's hands. It's him again. It's that young man in guest room number 10 again. Who is this person? Not only does he oppose Qin Qingfei time and time again, but he also has such strong financial resources. The entire place was filled with discussions. Damn it, it's that little bastard again. Shut up. Qin Qingfei shouted in anger. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at the 10th VIP room. In guest room number 10, Fei Shui was also extremely curious. Was Lu Ming really from the Tianxian region? He had asked for more than 20 million supreme spiritual crystals. Was the Tianxian region that rich? This customer has bid 26 million, is there any higher bid? If not, this bottle of rare elixir of life will belong to this customer. Feng Xiu shouted. 27 million. Qin Qingfei roared. 28 million. Lu Ming did not hesitate. 29 million. 30 million. Lu Ming immediately raised the price to 30 million. At that moment, there was no sound at all. Everyone was staring at Lu Ming and Qin Qingfei bidding. Kid, let me tell you. This bottle of elixir of life is highly valued by the Qin family. You've been going against the Qin family time and time again. Are you looking for death? Qin Qingfei roared. Hee, repeatedly going against your Qin family? I remember that I have never provoked you. Every time, it was you who provoked me first. Now, in your mouth, it has become me repeatedly opposing your Qin family. Lu Ming sneered in response. Kid, if I say you're in the wrong, you're in the wrong. Now, stop the bidding. I bid 32 million. Qin Qingfei roared. What a joke. 31 million. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him and continued to bid. Damn it, damn it. President Feng, I suspect that this person is raising the price randomly and doesn't have that many top-quality spirit crystals on him. Qin Qingfei roared. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This time, Qin Qingfei was right. He did not have that many top-grade spirit crystals on him. Seeing that Lu Ming did not say anything, Qin Qingfei's eyes lit up and he said in joy, President Feng, did you see that? This person doesn't dare to speak. I don't think he has that many spiritual crystals. I suggest we check his spiritual crystals. If he doesn't have that many spiritual crystals, he's disrupting the order of the auction. He'll be severely punished. Feng Xiu's gaze also looked towards VIP room 10. The secret chamber of commerce had a rule that if a bidder couldn't take out enough supreme spiritual crystals after bidding, it would be considered a disruption of the auction order and would be severely punished by the chamber of commerce. Someone had once been crippled of his cultivation and even killed for disrupting the secret chamber of commerce's auction. By now, no one dared to bid recklessly anymore. Lu Ming was the person who put up 2,000 gold element top-grade spirit crystals for auction. Feng Xiu had known about this long ago. Therefore, he thought that Lu Ming should have spirit crystals. However, Lu Ming's silence now meant that there was a problem. Lu Ming opened the window of the VIP room and everyone looked at him. I indeed don't have that many supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming spoke calmly. The scene was in an uproar. Fuck. He really doesn't have that many crystals. It turns out that he's just trying to get something for nothing. How dare you? You're trying to get something from the secret chamber of commerce for nothing. You're simply courting death. Young man, you're blinded by greed. You're dead now. Many people sighed. Ha, this kid really doesn't have any spiritual crystals. Ha. Qin Qingfei was overjoyed. He had only said it casually in a fit of anger. He had never expected that Lu Ming would be so bold as to not have any top-grade spirit crystals. Brother Lu, you. Hey, don't admit it yet. I'll think of a way to get you a batch of spiritual crystals. Fei Shui's expression changed as she whispered. Lady Flying Snow, there's no need. Lu Ming waved his hand, his expression still very calm. President Feng, he looked at Feng Xiu and asked, how many spiritual crystals do I have left after deducting the ones I won from the auction? Feng Xiu was slightly surprised. Her eyes flashed as she said, you've bid twice, so you've used up 1.6 million best-grade spirit crystals. The 2,000 gold element intent crystals you've sold come to a total of 9 million. After deducting the 5% handling fee, you have a total of 6.9 million spirit crystals left. Everyone was stunned by his words. What? Those 2,000 gold attribute intent crystals were actually his? Fuck, I thought it was a senior who put it up for auction. It's actually his. How could he have so many intent crystals? Everyone was surprised and curious. However, the remaining 6 million or so spiritual crystals were not enough at all. As for Qin Qingfei, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the 2,000 gold attribute profound meaning crystals would actually belong to Lu Ming. Previously, Lu Ming had deliberately raised the price so that he had to spend 9 million to buy 2,000 ultimacy crystals. At the thought of this, He was so angry that his chest hurt. Kid, so what if it's yours? It's far from 31 million. If you can't take out so many supreme spiritual crystals today, I'll see how you die. Qin Qingfei gritted his teeth. Fei Shue's beautiful eyes flickered continuously as she looked at Lu Ming in surprise. She did not expect that the 2000 gold element ultimacy crystals actually belonged to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you bid 31 million. Can you take out 31 million best grade spirit crystals? Qin Qingfei shouted. It's true that I don't have supreme grade spirit crystals, but I can use intent crystals to offset it. Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. Using intent crystals to offset it. What a joke. You've already taken out 2000 crystals. I don't believe you still have more. Qin Qingfei continued to shout, but before he could finish, he was almost blinded by a golden light. Lu Ming waved his hand and a pile of ultimacy crystals appeared in the air. Each piece was shimmering with golden light and exuded a strong intent aura. All of them were gold attribute intent crystals. This. So many. They're all gold element intent crystals. How many are there? Nest, did he get a large-scale power Upanishad crystal mine? Everyone was shocked. Many people stared at the pile of intent crystals in the air with burning eyes. Qin Qingfei's eyes were wide open and his tongue was tied. He was dumbfounded and swallowed the words he wanted to say. Fei Shue's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Lu Ming, her eyes filled with curiosity. Here, there are 5,000 gold attribute intent crystals. I won't auction them off. President Feng, I wonder if you're willing to accept them. Lu Ming said to Feng Xiu. Yes, of course. How about this? 5,000 intent crystals. My Heaven's Secret Chamber of Commerce will buy all of them. The price. Feng Xiu was overjoyed and was about to state the price. President Feng, wait a moment. Before Feng Xiu could state the price, Lu Ming spoke again and interrupted her. What? Feng Xiu was a bit confused. Got it, Battle of Providence. Feng Xiu looked at Lu Ming with some doubts. But the next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. Lu Ming waved his hand again, and another pile of ultimacy crystals appeared in the air. This time, each intent crystal glowed with a blue light and gave off an intoxicating intent. This time, it was water element intent crystals. Intent crystals. Heavens, it's intent crystals again. They're no less than that pile of gold element intent crystals. How is that possible? Who was this person? I've never seen him before. Could he be a peerless genius from some super large domain? Possible. He just bid for the cross-domain token, so he must be a genius from another domain. No wonder he has so many intent crystals. There was another round of intense discussion. Fei Shui, Qin Qingfei, and the rest looked at Lu Ming in shock. President Feng, there are 5,000 water attribute profound meaning crystals and 5,000 gold attribute profound meaning crystals, a total of 10,000 pieces. Sell them all. Lu Ming said. Alright, I'll take them all. I'll pay 40 million supreme grade spirit crystals for 10,000 intent crystals. What do you think? Feng Xiu said. Alright. Lu Ming agreed immediately. 40 million was not a low price. On average, 2,000 yuan was equivalent to 8 million supreme spiritual crystals. Although 2,000 yuan was sold for 9 million yuan previously, that was because Lu Ming was raising the price. Under normal circumstances, it might not be sold for 9 million yuan. But now, there were even more of them, 5,000 yuan a set. If the Secret Chamber of Commerce bought it and publicized it, it would definitely sell for a higher price when it was auctioned. After all, the more intent crystals there were, the more the price would increase. 5,000 yuan for a set was much more tempting than 2,000 yuan for a set. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and kept the 10,000 esoteric crystals in it. He then threw it to Feng Xiu. Many people's eyes were burning with desire. If this was outside, someone would have already made a move to snatch it. However, this was the secret chamber of commerce. Who had the courage to do so? Unless he didn't want to live. If they offended the secret chamber of commerce, even the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would not be able to protect them. Some people looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. Lu Ming actually had so many ultimacy crystals on him. Did he have more? Many people had other thoughts. Lu Ming did not want to be so ostentatious, but he could not do it. He had to get the elixir of life. Moreover, he was going back tomorrow, so he wasn't too worried about leaving this place. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Qin Qingfei again and sneered, "Now, I have crystals to bid, right?" Detestable. Qin Qingfei growled. His eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. 32 million. Qin Qingfei gritted his teeth and continued bidding. 33 million. Lu Ming increased the bid without any hesitation. 34 million. 35 million. 40 million. In a few moments, Lu Ming had raised the price to 40 million. At this moment, Qin Qingfei's entire body was trembling. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Lu Ming. "Quick, send a message to my father and ask him to transfer another batch of spiritual crystals." Qin Qingfei shouted at the middle-aged man. He was no longer fighting for the elixir of life. Instead, he was competing with Lu Ming. "Second young master, it's better for you to give up. Old master just sent a message to tell you to give up. 4000000 is too high. You can't compete for it." The middle-aged man said. "What? No more competition? How can we not fight?" Qin Qingfei's body trembled, and he gritted his teeth. "What's wrong? Are you out of crystals? If you don't, then obediently give up." Lu Ming sneered. This made Qin Qingfei so angry that he felt pain in his chest. He had lost the auction today. "Kid, just you wait." Qin Qingfei left these words and left with the middle-aged man. 40 million, is there any higher bid? Feng Xiu's gaze swept across the audience. However, how could anyone bid 40 million? Feng Xiu asked 3 times and finally decided that the elixir of life was bought by Lu Ming. With the end of the elixir of life, the soul-stirring auction also came to an end. "Ha, little brother, how should I address you?" After everyone had left, Feng Xiu took the elixir of life and walked into guest room 10, laughing heartily. "Junior Lu Ming greets Senior Feng." Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, "Ha, brother Lu, you're welcome. This is your elixir of life." Feng Xiu passed the elixir of life to Lu Ming. He then took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. The 40 million spirit crystals for the elixir of life is just enough to offset the 10,000 intent crystals. Here are 95 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. Please check them. No need. Lu Ming took the storage ring and kept it. The secret chamber of commerce was spread all over the continent. It had existed for countless years and its reputation was unquestionable. Lu Ming was not worried about this. After that, Lu Ming, Fei Shui, and Feng Xiu bade their farewells and left the heavenly secret auction house. "Brother Lu, you shouldn't reveal your wealth. You've taken out so many intent crystals this time, so I'm afraid some people will be after you. You have to be careful." On the way, Fei Shui warned. "They dare to make a move in Hong City?" Lu Ming asked. "In Hong City, most people wouldn't dare to do so. However, we can't rule out the possibility of someone taking a risk out of desperation. It's better to be careful," Fei Shui said. Lu Ming nodded. "Lady Fei Shui, I'll be the host today. Do you want to give me face?" Lu Ming smiled and looked at Fei Shui. He and Fei Shui had met by chance, but she had taken care of him many times. Lu Ming felt that he could make friends with Fei Shui. "All right." Fei Shui also agreed. The two of them found a restaurant and started eating and drinking to their heart's content. Brother Lu, with your cultivation at such a young age, I'm afraid it won't be a problem for you to be listed on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. After a few glasses of wine, Fei Shui's cheeks were red and her eyes were watery. She was extremely beautiful. The list of top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory? Lu Ming muttered, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Soon, he would have a battle with Saint Constellation, who was on the list of top 1,000 talents. With Brother Lu's talent, I believe it's only a matter of time before you enter the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Maybe you can even participate in the Battle of Providence in 2 years. Fei Shui smiled, as beautiful as a flower. To be honest, Fei Shui's appearance and aura were not inferior to Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu, or Mulan. She was one of the most beautiful women Lu Ming had ever met. A battle of karmic luck? Lu Ming had some doubts. This was the first time he had heard of it. That's right. The Battle of Providence is of utmost importance. All the geniuses in the entire East Barren will be participating. Not only humans, but even demons will be participating. Brother Lu, have you not heard of it? Fei Shui said. No. All the geniuses in the East Continent will attend? Lu Ming was very curious. I'm not too sure myself. I only know that the Battle of Providence is held once every 20 years. It doesn't only involve the Eastern Barren Territory, but also the Central Continent, Southern Nether, Western Desert, and Northern Plains. However, there won't be any competition between them. It'll be a competition within each region. At that time, the 4 overlord forces of the Eastern Barren Territory and countless small forces will have intense competition. I heard that anyone who can rise above the rest in the War of Providence will become an unparalleled expert of the continent. Fei Shui explained. Got it, Battle of Providence. Feng Xiu looked at Lu Ming with some doubts. But the next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. Lu Ming waved his hand again, and another pile of ultimacy crystals appeared in the air. This time, each intent crystal glowed with a blue light and gave off an intoxicating intent. This time, it was water element intent crystals. Intent crystals. Heavens, it's intent crystals again. They're no less than that pile of gold element intent crystals. How is that possible? Who was this person? I've never seen him before. Could he be a peerless genius from some super large domain? Possible. He just bid for the cross-domain token, so he must be a genius from another domain. No wonder he has so many intent crystals. There was another round of intense discussion. Fei Shui, Qin Qingfei, and the rest looked at Lu Ming in shock. President Feng, there are 5,000 water attribute profound meaning crystals and 5,000 gold attribute profound meaning crystals, a total of 10,000 pieces. Sell them all. Lu Ming said. Alright, I'll take them all. I'll pay 40 million supreme grade spirit crystals for 10,000 intent crystals. What do you think? Feng Xiu said. Alright. Lu Ming agreed immediately. 40 million was not a low price. On average, 2,000 yuan was equivalent to 8 million supreme spiritual crystals. Although 2,000 yuan was sold for 9 million yuan previously, that was because Lu Ming was raising the price. Under normal circumstances, it might not be sold for 9 million yuan. But now, there were even more of them, 5,000 yuan a set. If the Secret Chamber of Commerce bought it and publicized it, it would definitely sell for a higher price when it was auctioned. After all, the more intent crystals there were, the more the price would increase. 5,000 yuan for a set was much more tempting than 2,000 yuan for a set. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and kept the 10,000 esoteric crystals in it. He then threw it to Feng Xiu. Many people's eyes were burning with desire. If this was outside, someone would have already made a move to snatch it. However, this was the Secret Chamber of Commerce. Who had the courage to do so? Unless he didn't want to live. If they offended the secret chamber of commerce, even the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would not be able to protect them. Some people looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. Lu Ming actually had so many ultimacy crystals on him. Did he have more? Many people had other thoughts. Lu Ming did not want to be so ostentatious, but he could not do it. He had to get the elixir of life. Moreover, he was going back tomorrow, so he wasn't too worried about leaving this place. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Qin Qingfei again and sneered, "Now, I have crystals to bid, right?" Detestable. Qin Qingfei growled. His eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. 32 million. Qin Qingfei gritted his teeth and continued bidding. 33 million. Lu Ming increased the bid without any hesitation. 34 million. 35 million. 40 million. In a few moments, Lu Ming had raised the price to 40 million. At this moment, Qin Qingfei's entire body was trembling. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Lu Ming. "Quick, send a message to my father and ask him to transfer another batch of spiritual crystals." Qin Qingfei shouted at the middle-aged man. He was no longer fighting for the elixir of life. Instead, he was competing with Lu Ming. "Second young master, it's better for you to give up. Old master just sent a message to tell you to give up. 4000000 is too high. You can't compete for it." The middle-aged man said. "What? No more competition? How can we not fight?" Qin Qingfei's body trembled, and he gritted his teeth. "What's wrong? Are you out of crystals? If you don't, then obediently give up." Lu Ming sneered. This made Qin Qingfei so angry that he felt pain in his chest. He had lost the auction today. "Kid, just you wait." Qin Qingfei left these words and left with the middle-aged man. 40 million, is there any higher bid? Feng Xiu's gaze swept across the audience. However, how could anyone bid 40 million? Feng Xiu asked 3 times and finally decided that the elixir of life was bought by Lu Ming. With the end of the elixir of life, the soul-stirring auction also came to an end. "Ha, little brother, how should I address you?" After everyone had left, Feng Xiu took the elixir of life and walked into guest room 10, laughing heartily. "Junior Lu Ming greets Senior Feng." Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, "Ha, brother Lu, you're welcome. This is your elixir of life." Feng Xiu passed the elixir of life to Lu Ming. He then took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. The 40 million spirit crystals for the elixir of life is just enough to offset the 10,000 intent crystals. Here are 95 million supreme grade spirit crystals. Please check them. No need. Lu Ming took the storage ring and kept it. The secret chamber of commerce was spread all over the continent. It had existed for countless years and its reputation was unquestionable. Lu Ming was not worried about this. After that, Lu Ming, Fei Shui, and Feng Xiu bade their farewells and left the heavenly secret auction house. "Brother Lu, you shouldn't reveal your wealth. You've taken out so many intent crystals this time, so I'm afraid some people will be after you. You have to be careful." On the way, Fei Shui warned. "They dare to make a move in Hong City?" Lu Ming asked. "In Hong City, most people wouldn't dare to do so. However, we can't rule out the possibility of someone taking a risk out of desperation. It's better to be careful," Fei Shui said. Lu Ming nodded. "Lady Fei Shui, I'll be the host today. Do you want to give me face?" Lu Ming smiled and looked at Fei Shui. He and Fei Shui had met by chance, but she had taken care of him many times. Lu Ming felt that he could make friends with Fei Shui. "All right." Fei Shui also agreed. The two of them found a restaurant and started eating and drinking to their heart's content. "Brother Lu, With your cultivation at such a young age, I'm afraid it won't be a problem for you to be listed on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. After a few glasses of wine, Fei Shue's cheeks were red and her eyes were watery. She was extremely beautiful. The list of top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory? Lu Ming muttered, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Soon, he would have a battle with Saint Constellation, who was on the list of top 1,000 talents. With Brother Lu's talent, I believe it's only a matter of time before you enter the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Maybe you can even participate in the Battle of Providence in 2 years. Fei Shui smiled, as beautiful as a flower. To be honest, Fei Shui's appearance and aura were not inferior to Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu, or Mulan. She was one of the most beautiful women Lu Ming had ever met. A battle of karmic luck? Lu Ming had some doubts. This was the first time he had heard of it. That's right. The Battle of Providence is of utmost importance. All the geniuses in the entire East Barren will be participating. Not only humans, but even demons will be participating. Brother Lu, have you not heard of it? Fei Shui said. No. All the geniuses in the East Continent will attend? Lu Ming was very curious. I'm not too sure myself. I only know that the Battle of Providence is held once every 20 years. It doesn't only involve the Eastern Barren Territory, but also the Central Continent, Southern Nether, Western Desert, and Northern Plains. However, there won't be any competition between them. It'll be a competition within each region. At that time, the 4 overlord forces of the Eastern Barren Territory and countless small forces will have intense competition. I heard that anyone who can rise above the rest in the War of Providence will become an unparalleled expert of the continent. Fei Shui explained. Assassination, all dead. Lu Ming was extremely curious. It actually involved the entire Divine Wilderness continent. It was really shocking. He wanted to ask more, but it was a pity that Fei Shui did not know much. She had only mentioned it by chance. At this moment, in a magnificent palace in Hong City, Qin Qingfei was discussing something with a few people. Second young master, are you really going to make a move on Lu Ming? However, in Hong City, you can't make a move unless you're in some special places. What if? A middle-aged man was worried. What are you afraid of? If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. That kid has too much wealth. Besides the life potion, who knows how many more power Upanishad crystals he has. We can't let him go. Qin Qingfei's eyes were filled with greed. Since that's the case, whoever young master plans to send out must be done cleanly, and it's best if no one can find out. The middle-aged man said. Let the 3 phantom kills do it. All 3 of them are at the peak level 9 Martial King realm, and they're very good at coordinating assassinations. A peak king once died at their hands. The point is, no one knows that there are men. Even if they're discovered, they won't know that we did it. Qin Qingfei sneered. Good idea, second young master. I'll do it now. With that, the middle-aged man left in a hurry. Brat, no matter how many treasures you have, they will all be mine in the end. Qin Qingfei murmured, a cold smile on his face. In the restaurant. The 2 of them ate and drank as they chatted. It was already evening when the auction ended, but after 3 rounds of drinks, night had fallen. Thank you for your invitation today, Brother Lu. I'll take my leave now. I'll bring Brother Lu to the teleportation formation platform tomorrow. Fei Shui stood up and left. I'll be troubling you. Lu Ming nodded. After Fei Shui left, Lu Ming paid the bill and left as well. Lu Ming had an idea and did not return to his original inn. Instead, he turned a few streets and went to another inn to avoid being watched by people with ulterior motives. Walking into the room, Zhang Xian took out the elixir of life and opened the jade bottle, upon which an intense life essence immediately gushed forth. Life potion, this is life potion. Lu Ming closed the bottle, a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Father, your injuries can finally be healed," Lu Ming muttered. Lu Yuntian had been a genius martial artist back then. As a martial artist himself, Lu Ming was well aware of the pain of not being able to cultivate. Lu Yuntian did not show it in front of them, but it did not mean that he did not yearn for martial arts and cultivation. Lu Ming knew very well that Lu Yuntian yearned for it. Lu Ming had been working hard for this. Lu Ming then kept the elixir of life in the Supreme Shrine. At this moment, he felt a sense of danger. "There's danger." Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Buzz. 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 At that moment, more than 10 vines suddenly appeared in the room and wrapped around Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and the spear's gleam swept out. It shattered the vines and he rushed out of the room. Boom! Lu Ming had just rushed out of the room when a huge metal bottle came crashing down on him from above. A huge net shot out from the metal bottle and covered Lu Ming. Below Lu Ming, the vines were winding around him like vipers. Buzz! 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 In the night, 3 figures flickered and pounced on Lu Ming like ghosts. Each of the 3 figures exuded a powerful aura of the peak lever 9 Martial King realm. "You're looking for death. Break!" Lu Ming bellowed. His aura burst out and he took a step with the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. The heavens and earth rumbled and the vines below exploded. At the same time, a ray of spear light, which contained the powerful cutting power of wind concept, rushed toward the large net, and the large net was shattered. Buzz! 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 At this time, the 3 figures made their move, striking out the strongest blow. A wisp of sword chi and a ray of saber radiance split into 2 and attacked Lu Ming's 2 vital points at an astonishing speed. However, what was more terrifying was that an arrow pierced through the night sky like a stream of light and headed straight for Lu Ming's back. It was too fast. The metal bottle above his head continued to press down. This was a sure kill situation. Even a peak-tier king would be killed if he was caught off guard. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's current combat strength had already far exceeded that of an ordinary peak-tier king. 10,000 dragon kill. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward and hundreds of 3-colored true dragons flew in all directions. Bang! The jade bottle was sent flying far away by the dozens of 3-colored dragons. The 2 assassins on the left and right were attacked by dozens of true dragons. They coughed out blood and screamed twice before their bodies cracked and they died on the spot. The arrow was the most powerful one. It destroyed dozens of 3-colored true dragons, but it also disappeared. "Let's go." Behind him, the expression of a figure holding a bow changed greatly, and he continued to escape into the distance. "You tried to assassinate me, and you still want to leave?" Lu Ming took a step forward and cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. At this moment, the shockwaves of the battle had spread throughout the night. Countless figures appeared in the surroundings to watch. How bold! Someone actually dares to make a move in Hong City. That young man at the auction, as expected, someone has become greedy and wants to steal the treasure. Looks like he's kicked an iron plate. That young man's battle power is so strong. It's too terrifying. He's even stronger than a peak-tier king. In the night, there were sounds of discussion. Someone recognized Lu Ming. There were even people who were greedy for Lu Ming. At that moment, they were secretly glad that they did not make a move. Otherwise, they would only be dead. The black shadow was extremely fast, but Lu Ming was faster. He caught up with it in a few steps. Die! A ray of spear light flashed past. The figure's angry roars were useless, and he was nailed to the ground. In a flash, Lu Ming devoured the blood essence of the 3 people and kept their storage rings. He then left the place. Not long after, Lu Ming appeared 200 miles away. He found a place with no one and entered the Supreme Shrine. No one would be able to find him in the Supreme Shrine. I wonder who sent someone to assassinate me. Qin Qingfei. The first person that came to Lu Ming's mind was Qin Qingfei. He had already changed his residence temporarily, but he had been found in just a few minutes. It could be seen how powerful the person behind the scenes was. Of course, he could not rule out other people. There was a flash of killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. He then shook his head. He was leaving tomorrow anyway and he could not be bothered to add to the trouble. Then, he closed his eyes and started cultivating. Not long after, Qin Qingfei's angry roar could be heard from his main hall. What? After killing Jiu San, we lost track of that brat. Trash, all of them are trash. Qin Qingfei roared. Second young master, that brat's battle power is far above our estimation. I'm afraid he's not weaker than a peak-tier king. In fact, he might even be a bit stronger than ordinary peak-tier kings. The middle-aged man said with a frown. Qin Qingfei took a deep breath. His eyes were extremely cold. Looks like I'll have to ask Big Brother for help. The second young master wants to invite the first young master. The middle-aged man was shocked. That's right. That kid wants to use the inter-province transportation formation. Naive. Qin Qingfei sneered and left his residence. Peerless Heaven's Pride. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the sky was bright. Lu Ming sent a message to Flying Snow and then headed in the direction of the inter-province transportation array. Lu Ming saw Flying Snow outside the hall. Brother Lu, I've received news that you were assassinated last night. I've been trying to send you messages, but I couldn't get them out. I thought something had happened to you. Fei Shui asked worriedly when she saw Lu Ming. It seemed that Fei Shui had received the news last night. They're just a few clowns, it's no big deal. Lu Ming smiled. He had been in the Supreme Shrine for the rest of his life, so his jade voice transmission talisman naturally could not transmit any messages. Fei Shui's beautiful eyes glowed. She had received news that the assassin was not a clown, but someone with extremely powerful cultivation. Later, based on the corpse, she had determined that it was the famous triple phantom kills. To be able to escape the assassination of the 3 phantom kills and even kill it, one could imagine the combat strength of the person. Fei Shui was even more curious. Was Lu Ming really from the Tianxian region? As far as she knew, only the Saint planet on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Tianxian region could have such battle strength. Lady Flying Snow, let's go to the interdomain teleportation array. Lu Ming said. N. Fei Shui nodded and brought Lu Ming to the interprovince transportation formation. After passing through Tolavir checkpoints, they arrived at a huge square. From afar, there was a huge altar-like building in the center of the square. It was the interprovince transportation formation. There were rows of soldiers in metal armor standing guard around the altar. Of course, these soldiers were not ordinary soldiers. Each one of them exuded a powerful aura. Most of them were at the peak level 6 Martial King realm, and some of them were even king tiers in the upper tier. This is an important place, what are you doing here? With a cold shout, a middle-aged man appeared in front of the two. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This middle-aged man was Qin Qingfei's 8th uncle, the one who had appeared last time. I'm here to take the inter-province transportation formation. Lu Ming said. You're still here. Didn't I tell you last time that there are no more spots? Hurry up and leave. The middle-aged man said as he waved his hand. I have my own quota. Lu Ming took out the spiritual zone teleportation token. What? The middle-aged man's eyes darkened when he saw the territory crossing token in Lu Ming's hand. With the token, as long as one's identity was clear, they could take the inter-province transportation formation. He had no reason to stop them. So you managed to bid for a territory crossing token. Alright, you're qualified to take the territory crossing teleportation array. Which domain you're going to? You can't go more than 20 domains away from the Hung domain. The middle-aged man said. The Tianxian region. Lu Ming said. Tianxian region? The middle-aged man frowned and said, sure, go up. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Wait a moment. At this moment, a gloomy voice sounded. Qin Qingfei. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and he turned around. Two young figures were rapidly approaching. One of them was Qin Qingfei. The other person was wearing a green robe. He was tall and had a cold expression. He emitted a cold and terrifying aura. Qin Qingshan. Fei Shui suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Her beautiful eyes looked at the green-robed man in shock. Qing Fei, Qingshan, why have you come? When the middle-aged man saw Qin Qingfei and the other man, he smiled and went up to them. Eighth uncle, my big brother and I came here to capture a bold man. Qin Qingfei laughed coldly. He looked at Lu Ming and shouted, Lu Ming, how dare you steal from the treasury of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and steal a large number of esoteric crystals? Kneel down and wait for your punishment. I've stolen from the treasury. Which eye of yours saw that? Lu Ming sneered. Is there a need to look? The intent crystals you took out were all lost in the treasury of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. There are still some in your storage ring. Hurry up and take them out to check. Qin Qingfei shouted. Qin Qingfei, you're talking nonsense. The treasury of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace is so tightly guarded that even Sea of Soul Realm experts can't get in, let alone Lu Ming. You're talking nonsense. Fei Shui shouted in anger. Qin Qingfei was clearly trying to pin a crime on Lu Ming without any evidence. How could he not be angry? Fei Shui, this is the truth. Are you trying to protect him? Qin Qingfei shouted. You. Fei Shui's chest heaved. She had never seen such a shameless person. Fei Shui, move aside. No matter what, you can't do it. This brat must stay and be examined. If he's innocent, we'll naturally let him go. Qin Qingshan stepped forward and spoke. Although his voice was calm, it was filled with a commanding tone. Qin Qingshan, you're one of the top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory. Are you as shameless as your brother? Fei Shui shouted. I said, take this kid down first. When he is found innocent, we will naturally let him go. Qin Qingshan said indifferently. He stepped forward, and a cold aura emanated from his body, pressing toward Lu Ming. Brat, surrender without a fight, or do you want me to take action? If you want me to take action personally, don't say that I'm too ruthless if you hurt your tendons and bones. Qin Qingshan looked at Lu Ming with an indifferent gaze. Although he knew that Lu Ming had killed the 3 phantom kills, he still did not think much of it. He was ranked 999th on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Qin Qingshan. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He remembered that he had seen Qin Qingshan's name on the list of top 1,000 talents. He was ranked 999th after the Sacred Constellation. I'd like to see how amazing the geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents are. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. You want to fight me? He. Qin Qingshan chuckled, but everyone could hear the disdain in his voice. Ha, kid, you think you can fight my big brother? You're overestimating yourself. Qin Qingfei laughed. Brother Lu. Fei Shui called out softly. She knew how terrifying Qin Qingshan was. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled. The fighting spirit in his eyes grew stronger. The battle with the sacred constellation was just around the corner after he rushed back to the Tianxian region. What harm was there in testing the strength of a sovereign on the list of top 1,000 talents? Lu Ming, right? You're not bad. Half a year ago, you might have been qualified to fight with me, but now, you're far from it. Qin Qingshan smiled and took a step forward. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Qin Qingshan's body. It was vast and mighty, filling the sky. The huge pressure was like a mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming. Peak-tier king. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Qin Qingshan's cultivation had reached the peak king tier. He had just said that Lu Ming was able to fight with him half a year ago. This meant that half a year ago, he was still a king tier. Now, he had broken through. From the looks of it, the Holy Star had most likely broken through as well. The interprovince transportation formation is destroyed. Come on. If you can defeat me, I don't mind staying. A powerful aura soared into the sky, breaking through Qin Qingshan's pressure in one go. That's right, Qin Qingshan's ranking was one rank lower than sacred constellations. If even Qin Qingshan couldn't be defeated, then even if they returned to Tianxian region, they most likely wouldn't be a match for sacred constellation. Then, what difference would it make if they returned or not? If you have the guts, let me see what capital you have. An extremely cold intent spread out from Qin Qingshan's body. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly, and a layer of ice even formed on the ground. Ice concept. What Qin Qingshan had comprehended was the ice concept. Buzz. An ice-cold blade light rushed out of Qin Qingshan's body. It was incomparably cold as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air. A long spear condensed and he thrust it forward. This spear attack only contained the intent of wind and fire. Boom! The saber radiance and the spear radiance collided with each other. The force shot out in all directions. Ice and fire filled the air, and the wind howled. Kacha-kacha! The armored soldiers moved their bodies and stood in a row. Their bodies emitted rays of true essence light, which offset all the scattered qi. Qin Qingfei retreated rapidly, avoiding the rapid qi. As for Fei Shui, she took a few steps back and dodged the force. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the field. As for Qin Qingfei's eighth uncle, he took 2 steps back and blocked the force. After the explosion, Lu Ming and Qin Qingshan did not move at all. So you've comprehended 2 intents. Interesting. Take this, proud snow ice blade slash. Die. Qin Qingshan shouted coldly. An even more powerful blade light burst out and slashed at Lu Ming. This was a blade light that was completely condensed with intent and true essence. It was bone-chilling, and wherever the blade light passed, snow-white ice crystals appeared in the space. This blade was stronger than the previous one. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's body was surrounded by flames. In the flames, there were traces of lightning. Outside the lightning, the wind was whistling. Wind, fire, and thunder, all 3 intents erupted at the same time. True Dragon Strike. A 3-colored true dragon roared and flew out, clashing with the icy saber radiance. Instantly, Intent Realm filled the air and True Essence began to abuse him. On Qin Qingshan's side, waves of cold air spread out, forming a thick layer of ice crystals on the ground. On Lu Ming's side, the concept of 3 colors was raging. This move once again ended in a draw. 3 intents. He exclaimed. Qin Qingshan's face was extremely gloomy. As for Qin Qingfei, Fei Shui, and the others, they were all dumbfounded. Lu Ming's strength had exceeded their expectations. Not bad, you can make me serious. Qin Qingshan's voice resounded. His palm glowed, and a battle saber that was suffused with an incomparably cold intent appeared in his hand. Is it just serious? Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. The wind lightning spear appeared in his hands. A surging fighting spirit rose and a ray of spear light soared into the sky. Proud Snow 8 slashes. Die! Qin Qingshan shouted softly. His body brought with it a gust of cold wind as he pounced toward Lu Ming. A snow-white and icy blade light burst out from Qin Qingshan's hand. After the first slash, the second slash followed. Saber after saber, the power was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, the vital essence in Lu Ming's body was also boiling. His strong 7th-grade body also burst out. Combined with the three concepts, it turned into a dazzling spear light and blasted out. Boom! Boom! The two figures collided with each other. The saber and spear lights bombarded each other wantonly. The sky and the earth trembled slightly under the collision of the two, as if they could not withstand the power of the two. The two of them fought from the ground to the sky, exchanging dozens of moves in an instant. Buzz! Buzz! Then, the two of them separated and stood on opposite sides of the void. Qin Qingshan's eyes were incomparably gloomy. His killing intent was like a storm. He was a top talent on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Throughout history, he was the only one who could defeat someone of a higher level. Now, Lu Ming, who was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm, had challenged him, and he could not even win easily. If this were to spread, his reputation would definitely be greatly reduced. He couldn't bear this. Therefore, he decided that he would not only stop Lu Ming today, but he would also take his life. He could only redeem his reputation by killing Lu Ming. Kill! Qin Qingshan roared, his aura growing stronger. Buzz! However, at this moment, the regional teleportation formation's altar not far away emitted a bright light. Countless rays of light gathered in the air and formed a huge vortex. A figure suddenly appeared on the altar. This man looked to be in his 30s. His long hair was loose, and he was wearing a gray robe. A large wine gourd hung from his waist. Boom! 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 When this man appeared, the vortex in the sky didn't disappear. Instead, it shook violently and let out a violent rumble. Nest, didn't I just eat one of your eggs? Is there a need to chase after me? The man muttered. But the next moment, a violent roar came from the vortex. A claw covered in scales reached out from the vortex and grabbed at the man. The man's figure flashed and he flew down the altar. Bang! The claw slammed onto the altar. The altar rumbled and then exploded, sending gravel flying everywhere. As soon as the altar shattered, the vortex shrank rapidly. An unwilling roar came from the vortex, and the claw covered in scales also retracted and disappeared. Aya, the interprovince transportation formation is destroyed. It seems like I have to travel by myself. I thought I could be lazy. The muscular man muttered as he picked up the wine gourd at his waist and took a few gulps. At the scene, everyone was staring at this man in shock. Who was this man? Why did he suddenly appear? More importantly, the interprovince transportation formation was destroyed because of him. How did this happen? Lu Ming's pupils enlarged rapidly. He could not accept it. The interdomain teleportation formation was destroyed. How was he going to return? Half a year's time was up. Someone destroyed the interprovince transportation formation. Attack and capture this person. Qin Qingfei's 8th uncle suddenly reacted and let out a hysterical roar. He was in charge of the interprovince transportation formation. Now that it was destroyed in front of him, he couldn't escape punishment. The hundreds of soldiers at the scene moved and surrounded the man. Hundreds of powerful auras converged and it was terrifying. The weakest of these hundreds of people was at level 6 Martial King realm, and more than 50 of them were king tiers of the upper tier. Even a peak king tier would have to retreat in fear when faced with such a force. However, the muscular man did not seem to see it. He picked up the wine gourd and began to drink again. Speak, who are you? Why did they destroy the interdomain teleportation formation of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Tell me the truth, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Qin Qingfei's 8th uncle berated. The Great Battle with Qin Qing Shan. I say, brother, you don't look very old, but you're old and blind. This altar was clearly destroyed by that claw. What does it have to do with me? The muscular man said. After he finished speaking, he took a few more sips of wine. He was unruly and wild. Nonsense. You're the one who attracted that claw. No, I suspect that you're using a smokescreen. You're the one who condensed it. Now, surrender. Qin Qingfei's eighth uncle shouted. The robust man's eyes swept around, and he actually laughed. It seems that you have a good show to watch here. Come on, let's do it one by one. When you're done, we can talk about my business. Then, he took out a chair, sat down, and drank a few more mouthfuls of wine. Good wine, it's really good wine. Do you guys want a few sips? It's free. The robust man looked around and said. Playing the fool. Attack and take him down. Qin Qingfei's eighth uncle roared. Kill! Kill! Hundreds of iron-armored soldiers shouted, and their momentum was like a rainbow. Hundreds of powerful Jin Yuan converged and actually formed a huge palm, which grabbed at the robust man. This was a combined attack. With hundreds of soldiers working together, even a peak-tier king would be suppressed without any chance of escape. However, the muscular man did not even bat an eyelid. He opened his mouth and took another sip of wine. Then, a drop of wine flew out. The muscular man flicked the drop of wine with his finger, and it flew towards the huge palm in the sky. There was no sound at all, but a shocking scene appeared. When the drop of wine touched the huge palm dissipated without a sound. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. A drop of wine could easily destroy the joint attack of hundreds of armored soldiers. What kind of cultivation was this? Spiritual ocean tier, you're a powerful being of the spiritual ocean tier. Qin Qingfei's eighth uncle shouted in shock. The muscular man did not comment and did not answer. He took 2 more sips of wine and said, continue with your business. When you're done, we can talk about my business. Qin Qingfei's eighth uncle's expression was uncertain. He took out a jade talisman and sent out a few messages. Then, he said to Qin Qingshan, quickly capture that brat. I've already sent a message to the palace master and the others. They'll be here soon. All right. Qin Qingshan nodded and looked at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming, I didn't expect that there would be an expert like you in the Tianxian region other than the Saint Planet. Now that the interprovince transportation formation has been destroyed, you can't return to the Tianxian region. Let's have a good fight. Qin Qingshan's fighting spirit soared to the sky, and the blade light became even more resplendent. Lu Ming's gaze was fixed in the direction of the altar, feeling a little indignant. The altar had been destroyed. It seemed that he would not be able to return in a short period of time. Then, he looked at Qin Qingshan and said with determination, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Alright, I'll show you my peak combat strength, ice transformation technique. Qin Qingshan shouted. In the next moment, an even colder aura spread out from his body. His entire body seemed to become transparent, as if he had turned into a block of profound ice. Even his hair had turned white. However, his aura had become even more powerful. Tianxian region. The man's eyes lit up when he heard the words, Tianxian region. He looked at Lu Ming with interest. Fight! Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand, his long hair flying in the wind, and his aura was imposing. Without saying anything else, Lu Ming took a step forward. His long spear emitted a dazzling light and expanded rapidly, becoming as huge as a mountain, blasting towards Qin Qingshan. Break! Qin Qingshan opened his mouth and spat out an ice river, which rushed toward the spear radiance. Boom! An earth-shattering boom was heard, and the spear radiance was sent flying upward. Lu Ming borrowed the force and flew high into the sky. Slash! The next moment, Qin Qingshan slashed out a vast blade light. It was extremely terrifying, and the void trembled as if it was going to be split in half. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming let out a long howl and took a step forward. Then, it was the second and third step. With 3 steps, the space exploded, and the blade light scattered in the air. Whoosh! Qin Qing Shan became one with his saber and pounced toward Lu Ming like a ray of saber light. Boom! The two of them crashed into each other. Their bodies retreated slightly before they crashed into each other again. At this moment, Qin Qing Shan was much stronger than before. The blade light whistled and unceasingly swept toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming wielded his spear like a dragon. The long spear danced in the air, and the dragon's roars reverberated as he engaged in an intense battle with Qin Qing Shan. However, Lu Ming was slowly falling into a disadvantageous position. A Peak King was also known as a half-step Sea of Soul Realm expert. He was only half a step away from the Sea of Soul Realm, and was extremely powerful. In terms of combat strength, a Peak King tier was 2 levels stronger than a Peak Level 9 Martial King. As for Qin Qing Shan, he was a peerless heaven's favorite to begin with, and he could fight against opponents 2 levels above him. Qin Qing Shan could kill an ordinary Peak tier king with a single move. Although Lu Ming was strong, his cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm. He was still suppressed by Qin Qing Shan. However, it would not be easy for Qin Qing Shan to defeat Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, he still managed to withstand the attacks. Is this the talent on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory? It is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's mind was racing. Brat, do you want me to inscribe an inscription for you to use True Yuan? Dandan whispered in Lu Ming's ear. No need. Lu Ming responded. His cultivation had been improving too quickly during this period of time. It could be described as crazy. His power had increased too quickly. It wasn't so easy to control it completely. He needed some time to adapt and get used to it. Now, he could use Qin Qing Shan to train his own power so that he could control it perfectly. The battle continued, but at this moment, 3 figures appeared silently, exuding a terrifying aura. Palace Master, Vice Palace Master Qin, Vice Palace Master Wang, you're here. This is the person who destroyed the teleportation altar. Qin Qingfei's 8th uncle was overjoyed when he saw the 3 of them. He flew over and bowed respectfully. The person in the lead was an old man with white hair but a ruddy complexion. He was the palace master of the Hongyu sub-palace of the Ditian Divine Palace. The other 2 were middle-aged. One was a burly middle-aged man and the other was a middle-aged woman. The 3 of them had extremely gloomy expressions as they looked at the muscular man. However, when the palace master of the Great Domain sub-palace saw the strong man, his expression changed abruptly. He was a little surprised and a little reverent. How dare you destroy the interdomain teleportation array of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Tell me, who are you? On the side, the middle-aged man looked at the robust man with a gloomy expression and scolded. Vice Palace Lord Qin, don't be rude. The white-haired palace master suddenly called out. The others were stunned and looked at the white-haired palace master in confusion. Ha, Lord Yan, why have you come to the Hong domain? The white-haired palace master came to the man's side, bowed, and smiled. Yan Kuangtu. This made the others at the side stunned. Then, they looked at the strong man in shock. Could this person be a major character in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Otherwise, why would the white-hair palace master, a regional palace master with spiritual ocean tier cultivation, be so respectful to him? The robust man casually glanced at the white-haired palace master, took a sip of wine, and said indifferently, look over there first, look over there first. He pointed at the battle between Lu Ming and Qin Qing Shan and continued to watch with interest. White-hair palace master did not dare to say anything and started watching. The palace master's expressions changed. A peak level 9 martial king has such combat strength. Who is this man? I don't have such a person in the great domain. Where did he come from? The white-hair palace master could not help but say. Hee, I heard that kid is from the Tianxian region. How is it? You're pretty strong, aren't you? The robust man chuckled. So, you're from the same place as Lord Yan. The Tianxian region is really full of talents. The white-haired palace master sighed and conveniently flattered. As for the other people on the side, they seemed to have thought of something. Their expressions changed drastically, and they looked at the strong man with eyes full of respect. Lu Ming and Qin Shan did not know about any of this. Their battle had already reached the point of white heat. Qin Shan had used all his strength without holding back. He had to defeat Lu Ming today. However, although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, he was extremely tenacious and was forcibly held back by him. Moreover, Lu Ming seemed to be getting more courageous as the battle progressed. Awesome, awesome. I'm getting better at controlling my own power. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. At this moment, the two of them had already exchanged more than 100 moves. Although Qin Shan was strong, he couldn't do anything to him. Lu Ming now had a better idea of the combat strength of the top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory, or at least, the last few. The sacred constellation was ranked ahead of Qin Shan, but it was only one rank higher. Even if it was stronger than Qin Shan, there was a limit to its strength. Boom! With a loud boom, the two of them were sent flying backward. Lu Ming retreated 200 meters while Qin Shan retreated 150 meters. That's right, let's end this battle here. At this moment, the strong man spoke. Qin Shan took a casual glance and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He roared and was about to rush toward Lu Ming. Qin Shan, stop. Let's go. Deputy Palace Master Qin shouted and waved his hand. A force appeared in front of Qin Shan. Father, why are you stopping me? Today, I will definitely destroy him. Qin Shan roared. If he could not completely defeat Lu Ming in today's battle, his reputation would definitely be greatly affected. He was already at the bottom of the list, and it would be hard for him to accept the fact that he would fall out of the list the next time it was rearranged. Qin Shan, I told you to stop, so stop. Deputy Palace Lord Qin's face darkened as he berated. Qin Shan's expression changed. His father rarely lost his temper at him. What was going on today? Then, he looked around and saw the white-haired princess standing respectfully beside the man. His eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. He looked at Lu Ming unwillingly, then went to Vice Palace Master Qin's side. Ha, it's over. I'll be leaving then. The man got up and stretched. With a wave of his hand, the chair on the ground disappeared. He strode toward Lu Ming. Little brat, follow me. The muscular man said to Lu Ming. Leave with you. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and his face darkened. To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of this strong man. If it wasn't for him, how could the inter-province transportation formation be destroyed? Brat, didn't you want to return to the Tianxian region? I'll send you back. The muscular man said. Do you have a way to send me back to the Tianxian region? Lu Ming was stunned. What's wrong? You don't believe me? It just so happens that I'm going back to the Tianxian region as well, so it's fine if I take you back with me. The robust man drank a mouthful of wine and said. I do. Lu Ming said hurriedly. He had seen how the white-haired palace master and the others were respectful to this man. This man must have an extraordinary identity. Perhaps he really had a way. Lu Ming could only hold on to a glimmer of hope. Senior, wait for me. Lu Ming called out and flew towards flying snow. Fei Shue's beautiful eyes were filled with radiance. Lu Ming's power had exceeded her expectations. If he could fight against Qin Qing Shan at the 9th level of the martial king realm, then Lu Ming would be even stronger when he reached the peak of the king realm. He would probably be able to fight against the top 700 or 800 on the list of top 1000 talents. Lady Flying Snow, I'm leaving. I'm indebted to you for your help during this period of time. This is for you. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and passed it to Fei Shui. Fei Shui took it subconsciously. We'll meet again. Lu Ming cupped his fists and flew towards the muscular man. The muscular man waved his hand and a stream of essential core wrapped around Lu Ming. He shouted, "Let's go." The next moment, Lu Ming and the muscular man disappeared. Fei Shui's mind entered the storage ring and her eyes flashed. 2,000 gold intent crystals lay quietly in the storage ring, exuding a strong intent. Brother Lu. Fei Shui looked up and saw that Lu Ming had already disappeared. Father, who is that person? Are we just going to let him go after destroying the inter-province transportation formation? Qin Qing Shan asked Vice Palace Lord Qin. Deputy Palace Lord Qin pondered for a moment and looked at the white-haired Palace Lord. The white-haired Palace Master nodded and said, "You're right, he is Yan Kuangtu." What? Everyone else at the scene widened their eyes in shock. Lu Ming's vision blurred. The next moment, he was shocked to find that he had arrived outside Great City. Fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. Kid, where are you from in the Tianxian region? The muscular man sized Lu Ming up curiously. I'm from the Cloud Emperor mountain range in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. Lu Ming said. The eastern part of the Tianxian region. What a coincidence. I'm also from the eastern part of the Tianxian region. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, I haven't returned to the Tianxian region for decades. This time, I heard that something had happened to the ancient barren city, so I went back to take a look. The muscular man took a few sips of wine and looked to the east. Ancient desolate city. Lu Ming's eyes flashed but he did not say much. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, "Senior, I wonder when we will return to the Tianxian region." What's the rush? I don't mind having a few drinks with you for a while. The man laughed and landed on a hill outside Hung City. Then, he casually sat on the ground and took out the roasted meat from his storage ring and began to eat. Lu Ming had no choice but to sit at the side. It'll be easier to travel after eating and drinking to your heart's content. Come, have a mouthful too. The muscular man threw the wine gourd to Lu Ming. Tearing through space. Lu Ming reached out to take it and took a sip. However, Lu Ming's expression changed when he took a sip of the wine. He felt that the mouthful of wine had turned into a raging flame that was burning in his stomach. Boom! 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 Immediately after, the mouthful of wine transformed into waves of terrifying and scorching energy that crashed around in Lu Ming's body like stormy waves. From the outside, one could see that Lu Ming's body was expanding rapidly as if he would explode at any time from this energy. Too powerful, this energy was too powerful. It was rare for the man to look at Lu Ming with a serious expression. If Lu Ming could not withstand it, he would help. Devour. At this moment, Lu Ming let out a low growl. A powerful devouring force was emitted from his spine, devouring all the boundless energy in his body. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated the true war dragon technique at full force to refine it. Half an hour later, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh and opened his eyes. A flash of lightning flashed across his eyes, filled with a terrifying aura. Such pure and majestic energy. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. He felt that the energy from that mouthful of wine was more terrifying than the energy from refining millions of top-grade spirit crystals. If it was not for the fact that Lu Ming's intent realm had not broken through, he felt that he could use the energy from that mouthful of wine to break through to peak tier king. Of course, this was just an illusion. He couldn't break through to Peak Tier King realm with just a few million supreme-grade spirit crystals. However, Lu Ming's essential core had become thicker and purer. It had reached its limit. A mouthful of wine had more terrifying energy than millions of top-grade spirit crystals. Lu Ming was shocked. He had seen the muscular man gulping down the wine. Not bad, not bad. You've refined a mouthful of my wine in only half an hour. It's my first time to meet a little guy like you. The muscular man looked at Lu Ming in shock. Many thanks for senior's wine. Lu Ming said. Do you want a few more mouthfuls? The muscular man said. No. I don't want it. Lu Ming waved his hands repeatedly. His intent realm had not broken through yet, so drinking it would be a waste. I'm Lu Ming. How should I address you, senior? Lu Ming asked after a moment of silence. Me? Yan Kuangtu, I wonder if you've heard of it. The robust man said with a slight smile. What? You're Yan Kuangtu? Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. Yan Kuangtu was a name that not many people in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace did not know. This was especially true for the Ditian Divine Guards of the Tianxian region. Yan Kuangtu's entire life was a legend. Yan Kuangtu came from a humble background. He came from an unknown small village in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. However, with his unparalleled talent, he grew up from a young man in a small mountain village, step by step, and finally became a rare heaven's favorite in the Tianxian region. Later, he was even valued by the Supreme Lord of the Nine Suns and accepted as a disciple. After being taken in as a disciple by the Nine Suns Paragon, he displayed an even more terrifying talent. Countless geniuses and demon-level geniuses were all suppressed by him. He stepped on all the geniuses and rose up, becoming a peak expert of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. It was said that Yan Kuangtu's cultivation was no longer weaker than his master, the Nine Yang Supremacy. This legendary person was standing in front of Lu Ming alive and well. Lu Ming had the most special feelings. This was because the remnant soul of the Nine Suns Supreme Being was currently in the Supreme Shrine. The Nine Suns Supremacy could be considered as half of Lu Ming's master. Without the Nine Suns Supremacy, Lu Ming would not be where he was today. Since Yan Kuangtu was the disciple of the Nine Suns Supreme, Lu Ming felt closer to him. Should I tell Yan Kuangtu about the Nine Suns Supreme? No, I can't say it. This matter involves too many people. I can't take the risk. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind, but he immediately rejected it. First of all, this matter was too outrageous. Also, Yan Kuangtu was now valued by Martial Emperor De. What if he was on his side? If he said it, wouldn't he be courting death? Lu Ming decided not to say anything. At least, he would not say anything before he was powerful enough. So it's Senior Yan. Senior's name reverberates like thunder in my ears. Lu Ming gathered his thoughts and cupped his fists in a salute. Ha, you're welcome. Alright, I'll take you back to the Tianxian region now. Yan Kuangtu laughed. Go back. How do we go back from here? Lu Ming was full of doubts. Of course we're flying back. Yan Kuangtu smiled. In the next moment, a terrifying aura emanated from his body. This aura was even more majestic than the vast ocean, as deep as the universe. The moment this aura appeared, Yan Kuangtu immediately retracted it. However, Lu Ming was still shocked. He felt that in front of this aura, peak-tier kings were like ants or dust. At this moment, Dandan shrank her head back in fear, her palms grabbing Lu Ming's shoulders tightly. Voila! Yan Kuangtu stretched out his hand and drew a line in the air. The space was torn apart like a piece of paper, revealing a deep, pitch-black spatial crack. Let's go! Yan Kuangtu grabbed Lu Ming's arm and stepped into the spatial crack. In an instant, Lu Ming felt the world spinning around him. It was pitch black all around him and he could not see anything. After a while, the sky suddenly brightened. Lu Ming realized that they had appeared in the sky above a vast mountain range. Then, Yan Kuangtu stretched out his hand and drew a line in the air. The space cracked open again. Yan Kuangtu brought Lu Ming along and stepped into the spatial crack. He tore through space. He was tearing through space. If one's strength had not reached an unbelievable realm, it would be extremely difficult to do so. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. Not long after, they appeared above another lake. Yan Kuangtu continued to tear through space. This process repeated as they headed towards the Tianxian region. Tianxian region, Tianxian city. These days, it was extremely lively. Everywhere was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and the atmosphere was joyous. This was because the number one genius of the Tianxian region, Saint Xingqian, the top one on the list of top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory, was about to marry the daughter of the Tianxian sub-palace master. Countless people from all over the Tianxian region came to congratulate him. In the past few days, Tianxian city's city gates had been opened wide, and everything was free of charge. On the first level of Tianxian city, there was a huge square. Thousands of tables had already been set up. Today was the wedding day of Mulan and the sacred constellation. Many people were heading towards the square. Those who could enter here were all famous people in the Tianxian region. Ordinary people did not have the qualifications to enter. At the edge of the square, on a pavilion, Mu Xiuyuan and the palace master of the Eastern Palace, Mu Zheng, stood side by side, looking at the lively crowd below. Sigh, it seems that nothing can be changed. That girl, wanted to resist, but in the end, she still ended up like this. Mu Zheng sighed. Lu Ming has disappeared for half a year. I wonder why. Many people in the outside world are saying that Lu Ming is afraid and knows that he's no match for the sacred constellation, so he's hiding. I don't believe this at all. With Lu Ming's personality, even if he's no match for the sacred constellation, he'll still fight. Mu Xiuyuan said. There's too little time. It's true that it'll be difficult for Lu Ming to defeat the sacred constellation. It's good that he didn't appear. It's also good for Lu Ming. Mu Zheng sighed. Lu Ming is hiding. What? At this moment, Mu Zheng and Mu Xiuyuan's eyes looked outside. In the sky, a few figures slowly approached. Big brother and second brother are here. Xiuyuan, let's go out. Mu Zheng pulled Mu Xiuyuan and similarly stepped into the air to meet those people. Greetings, big brother, second brother. Mu Zheng called out. One of the two people in front was an old man with a head full of white hair, and the other was a burly man who looked to be in his 50s. That burly man in his 50s was Mu Zheng's elder brother, Mu Lan's father, and the current palace master of the Heaven Mystic Palace, Mu Tian. The white-haired old man was Mu Zheng's second brother, Mu Yi. The age of martial arts powerhouses could not be distinguished by appearance. Mu Tian, for example, was the oldest. However, he looked like he was only in his 50s. This was because his cultivation was the most profound and he had already broken through to the spirit ocean realm. Thus, he looked the youngest. As for Mu Yi and Mu Zheng, they both looked like old men. Greetings, eldest uncle, second uncle. Mu Xiuyuan stepped forward and bowed. Mu Xiuyuan's father was the fifth child, but he had died in battle in his early years. Yes, let's go up and sit. Mu Tian nodded and walked up to the platform. At the top of the square, there was a row of high platforms, specially for people of status to sit on. After they sat down, they began to chat. Sixth brother, I heard that Lu Ming is from your Eastern Palace. He was very arrogant before and actually challenged the sacred constellation. Now, he's gone into hiding with his tail between his legs. Mu Yi looked at Mu Zheng and said with a faint smile. Second brother, Lu Ming is most likely held up by something. He might not be in hiding. The rumors from the outside world cannot be trusted. Mu Zheng said. He, is that so? I heard that Lu Ming challenged the sacred constellation because of Lan. Young man, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You don't have a clear understanding of your own status. Is Lan worthy of you? Even if he has some talent, does my Mu clan lack talented youths? The sacred constellation is a supreme chosen. Mu Yi said with a cold smile. Even if they were brothers by blood, there would still be competition and discord. Mu Yi and Mu Zheng had always been at odds with each other. Thus, Mu Yi would not let go of any opportunity to attack Mu Zheng. Second uncle, I don't think so. Lu Ming is not an ordinary genius. Give him a few years and he'll definitely be on the list of top 1,000 talents. Mu Xiu Yuan interjected. Get on the list of top 1,000 talents. How ignorant, is it that easy to get onto the list of top 1,000 talents? Just based on a kid who came from the eastern mountain area? Young people are really whimsical. Alright, the elders are talking, don't interrupt. Mu Yi chided softly, his voice filled with faint disdain. Mu Xiuyuan's expression was a little ugly, but he didn't continue to speak. Big brother has good eyes. Sheng Xingqian, born from the Sheng clan, is a match for our Mu clan. Furthermore, he has unparalleled talent and is a peerless genius. He's a perfect match for Lan. Mu Yi laughed. Mu Tian only nodded slightly and did not say much. Mu Yi continued. The key is that the forces on the side of the sacred constellation's mother are too strong. As long as we can get close to them after Lan, and the sacred constellation are married, our Mu family will be able to develop steadily. We'll be impregnable. Mu Zheng's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. It became slightly grave. Indeed, Sheng Xingqian's mother had an extremely great background. She came from the main palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and was the direct descendant of an extremely powerful clan. Although their Mu clan was extremely powerful in the Tianxian region, they were nothing when compared to the power of the main palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The main palace of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was the core of the palace. The sacred constellation was not only terrifyingly talented, but it also had a terrifying background. Lu Ming was far inferior compared to it. In a huge mansion in the 4th district of Tianxian City. This was the Sheng family's residence. At this moment, a group of people gathered at the entrance of the mansion and chatted. I wanted to see Lu Ming being tortured by the young master of stars. I didn't expect that guy to hide and not dare to meet anyone. That's right. To think that I've waited for half a year with such high expectations. What a coward. He only knows how to talk big and show off for a moment. I've already expected this outcome. If he doesn't hide and really challenges the young master of Xingqian, he'll definitely die. In the eyes of that kind of person, face is nothing, his life is definitely more important. These were all the heroes of the Sheng family. Some of them had even been beaten up by Lu Ming before. Naturally, they hoped that the sacred constellation could torture Lu Ming. However, they did not expect that Lu Ming would actually hide. This made them very disappointed. The young master of Xingqian has come out. Someone shouted. A few people walked out of the mansion. Sacred Constellation was dressed in a festive red robe and walked in the middle. Beside him was a middle-aged couple. They were Sacred Constellation's parents, the current rulers of the Sheng family. There was another man in his 40s. He was handsome and had a dignified aura. He was Sheng Xingqian's mother's elder brother, Sheng Xingqian's uncle. He had come from the main palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Xingqian, go to the Mu family and welcome the bride. Your father, uncle, and I will wait for you at the banquet. The mother of the Holy Constellation said. Yes, mother. Sheng Xingqian nodded. Then, Saint Starlight's mother and the others stepped into the air and went to the square in the 1st district. As for the Sacred Constellation, it was heading towards the Mu clan. In a pavilion of the Mu family, Mulan was dressed in a bright red robe, which made her look even more charming. However, her brows were tightly furrowed, and there was not a trace of a smile on her face. Her eyes were listless and seemed a little empty. "Lu Ming, what happened to you?" Mulan said softly. Mulan knew very well that Lu Ming had gone to the weapon-forging sect. After that, news of the destruction of the weapon-forging sect spread and Lu Ming had disappeared without a trace. Mulan was very worried that Lu Ming would be in an accident. She did not believe the rumors that spread that Lu Ming was afraid of the sacred constellation and that was why he was hiding and did not dare to meet anyone. It could be said that she had watched Lu Ming grow up. She understood Lu Ming very well. He would never hide just because he was no match for her. "Lan, are you alright?" An old voice came from behind Mulan. Mulan turned around and saw an old man. She forced a smile on her face. "Grandpa." This old man was naturally Yan Lan. As Mulan's grandfather, he naturally had to attend her wedding. "Ai." Yan Lan let out a deep sigh when she saw Mulan's appearance. He had hoped that Lu Ming would create a miracle. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had disappeared without a trace. Mulan had resisted for more than 10 years. In the end, she had to marry someone she didn't like under her father's will. Perhaps, this was fate. "Miss Mulan, young Master Xingqian is here to welcome you." A young woman walked in and said. Mulan's face revealed a sad smile. "Tell young Master Xingqian that I'll go immediately." Mulan said. "Lu Ming, where are you?" Mulan looked out of the window and let out a long sigh. She then turned around and strode out of the door. Finally arrived. Yan Kuangtu brought Lu Ming along as they tore through space more than 20 times. Voila! When the 27th light shone into Lu Ming's eyes, Yan Kuangtu stopped. He did not continue to travel through space. "We're here." Yan Kuangtu's slightly complicated voice sounded as he looked to the east. 100 miles away, a pitch-black city stood tall, as if it had experienced the passage of time. That was Tianxian City. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. They had finally arrived at Tianxian City. At the same time, he was also secretly shocked. Traveling through space was too fast. There were 16 big domains between Hung Domain and Tianxian Domain, and many of them were larger than Tianxian Domain. And now, they had arrived. It would only take about an hour. "Lu Ming, I won't be going to Tianxian City with you. I'm going to the ancient barren city to check out the situation," Yan Kuangtu said. "Senior Yan, thank you for your help this time." Lu Ming cupped his fists and expressed his gratitude sincerely. "Ha, you don't have to thank me. I destroyed the domain teleporting formation in the Grand Domain. You won't be able to come back, so of course I have to bring you back." Yan Kuangtu laughed. "Senior, I'll take my leave then." Lu Ming was in a hurry to return to Tianxian City. "Go." Yan Kuangtu took a sip of wine and waved his hand. Lu Ming turned around and headed toward Tianxian City. It's not easy to go to Tianxian City. This kid will most likely suffer a loss if he goes, Yan Kuangtu muttered. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light flew into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Lu Ming could not feel it at all. With a slight smile, Yan Kuangtu's figure moved and disappeared without a trace. "Dandan, inscribe the inscription of true essence explosion for me," Lu Ming said to Dandan. This time, he had to win against the sacred constellation. He could not lose. Lu Ming had to be fully prepared. All right. She started to inscribe inscriptions on Lu Ming. This time, he actually succeeded on the first try. Lu Ming felt his essential core surge and his body was filled with energy. The distance of 100 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming landed at the city gate and entered. As soon as he entered the city gate, he felt that something was wrong. Everywhere was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and it was a jubilant atmosphere. Lu Ming's expression changed when he found out about it. Today was the day that Mulan and the Holy Star were getting married. I hope I can make it in time. Lu Ming rushed to the square. The square was packed with guests. At the top of the square, Mu Tian and the others sat on one side, while the parents and elders of Holy Constellation sat on the other. The bride and groom have arrived. A voice rang out, and everyone's eyes turned to the left side of the square. There, two figures walked over. They were Holy Star and Mulan. There was a faint smile on Sacred Constellation's face, while Mulan's face was devoid of any smile. She was as calm as still water. The two of them stepped into the center of the square. A martial artist's marriage was different from a normal person's. Ordinary people needed to bow to the heavens and the earth, but martial artists didn't. The cultivation of martial arts had always been a heaven-defying thing. Otherwise, there would not have been a lightning tribulation when he broke through to the martial king realm. Therefore, when martial artists got married, they would not worship heaven and earth. As long as they knelt down and paid respects to their elders and ancestors, the people of the Detian Divine Palace had one more thing to pray for, which was to pray to Martial Emperor De. After these steps were completed, it would be considered an official marriage. Alright, now the newlyweds will kneel down and pay respects to the parents and elders of both parties. A voice rang out. Hold on. Just as Mulan was about to kowtow to the elders of both sides on the Holy Star, a voice resounded throughout the entire place. Everyone was shocked. Who would be so bold as to disrupt the wedding ceremony between Mulan and Holy Constellation? Did they not want to live? However, some people were different. When they heard this voice, their bodies trembled. Mulan's delicate body trembled when she heard the voice. She turned around abruptly with a pleasantly surprised expression on her face. Similarly, Mu Xiuyuan and Mu Jing also followed suit. Their expressions first changed, and then revealed pleasant surprise. The people of the Xing family, on the other hand, looked gloomy. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned towards the source of the voice. A young man was walking towards the square, step by step. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Suddenly, someone shouted. It's really him. Didn't he hide? Why did you appear now? It can't be that he couldn't bear to leave Miss Mulan at a critical moment, so he steeled his heart and ran out, right? It's possible. Half a year ago, when Lu Ming had challenged the Sacred Constellation, everyone thought that he had challenged the Sacred Constellation because of Mulan. They all thought that Lu Ming was interested in her. Now that it had appeared, many people would naturally think in this direction. Lu Ming, he's finally here. Mu Xiuyuan muttered, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Ming. Mulan looked at Lu Ming. At this moment, Mulan seemed to be full of energy. Her eyes were shining. Lu Ming. Holy Star muttered, his eyes as calm as an ancient well. Lu Ming could not cause any fluctuations in him. Lu Ming. Sheng Yao and the others who had grudges with Lu Ming looked at him with a strong murderous intent in their eyes. This kid is Lu Ming. What was he trying to do? Disrupt the wedding? You're looking for death. Mu Yi shouted coldly. Under countless gazes, Lu Ming walked towards Mulan and the Sacred Constellation step by step. Then, he stood more than 10 meters in front of them. Senior Sister Mulan, long time no see. Lu Ming smiled faintly. I knew you would come, kid. Mulan smiled as well. Her smile was even more radiant and charming than a flower, causing many young people to be momentarily dazed. Senior Sister Mulan, we'll catch up later. Right now, we have more important things to do. Lu Ming smiled and looked at the Sacred Constellation. Half a year has passed on the Sacred Constellation. Let's have a battle. How dare you? Who is this little bastard? How dare he disrupt Constellation's wedding? He's courting death. Men, kill him. On the high platform, Saint Xingqian's mother's eyes flashed with a cold light as she shouted. Yes. Two middle-aged men rushed out and charged at Lu Ming at top speed. Boom. Two terrifying auras emanated from the two of them. Level 9 Martial King Realm. The two burly men were both level 9 Martial King Realm experts, the top figures among the king tiers of the upper tier. Little bastard, kneel down. The two burly men ran on the ground like two giant wild beasts, causing the earth to rumble. The two of them instantly rushed to Lu Ming's sides, one on the left and one on the right, and clasped Lu Ming's shoulders. The holy star did not move, but Mulan exclaimed, Lu Ming, be careful. However, Lu Ming did not move. He seemed to be scared silly. Bang! Bang! The two burly men grabbed Lu Ming's shoulders with precision and grabbed one of his arms with their other hand. Hee, you want to challenge the holy star with just this bit of strength? What a fool's dream. Mu Yi immediately sneered. This brat really overestimates his own ability. The people from Sacred Glory also sneered. But in the next moment, they could no longer laugh. Kneel down. The two burly men bellowed and their essential core exploded. They grabbed Lu Ming's shoulders and pressed him down. However, Lu Ming's posture was straight, like an ancient divine mountain, standing on the ground without moving an inch. Suppressing you in 3 moves. The two burly men's expressions changed, and their eyes were filled with shock. Kneel down. The two burly men let out another explosive roar. Their bodies were suffused with blood-red light, and even their bloodlines had erupted. The powerful vital essence merged with the will of heaven and earth and pressed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming still did not move. The two big men's faces turned red. Most of the people's faces changed. What are the two of you doing? Do you want to play games? Mu Jing smiled faintly and looked at Mu Yi. Mu Yi's face darkened. Interesting. Mu Tian, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. This little bastard. His mother in the Holy Star City gritted her teeth, and her face turned even colder. The people of Sacred Glory were dumbfounded. Sacred Constellation, is this the battle you promised me? Lu Ming looked at the Sacred Constellation in disdain. You want to fight me? Let's see if you have the qualifications. Holy Constellation said calmly. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly. His essential core suddenly exploded and he waved his arms. Bang! The two burly men were lifted up and slammed into each other. A series of crackling sounds rang out, and the two burly men screamed in pain. It was unknown how many of their bone armors had been broken. Lu Ming swung his arms and the two burly men's bodies were thrown hundreds of meters away like two pools of mud. They lay on the ground and screamed in pain. Many people's faces changed. The two burly men were both at the early stage of the Level 9 Martial King realm. In the Tianxian region, they were definitely the top experts and overlords. However, in the hands of Lu Ming, they seemed so weak and could not resist at all. In just half a year's time, Lu Ming had actually grown to this stage. Isn't that too terrifying? A hint of surprise also flashed across Holy Constellation's eyes. Ha ha ha. This kid is not bad. He's worthy of being someone from the East. Mu Jing laughed. Before this, he had been ridiculed by Mu Yi. Now that he had finally found a chance to counterattack, he felt very proud. I've only defeated 2 early-stage Level 9 Martial King Realm cultivators. Moreover, those 2 were caught off guard and didn't even display any martial skills. What's there to be proud of? Compared to the Holy Star, I don't know how far they're from it. Mu Yi's face was dark and he snorted coldly. He's only an early Level 9 Martial King Realm warrior. Hee, second brother's standards are really high. You don't even take a Level 9 Martial King seriously. Mu Jing said with a smile. This time, Mu Yi's face darkened and he did not speak. And now? Lu Ming stared at the sacred constellation and said only 3 words, but it made everything clear. Didn't the sacred constellation want to see if he was qualified? What about now? Too weak. Holy Constellation's reply was only 2 words, but it showed great confidence. You're avoiding the battle. Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at the holy star. What a joke. Little bastard, you are not qualified to fight with the young master of Xingqian. If you want to fight, you have to get past me first. Humph. A cold sneer was heard as a figure stepped into the air and strolled in the air before appearing in the square. Everyone's heart trembled. There was no need to explain what it meant to walk in the air in Tianxian City. It's the sacred glory. He's going to make a move. He's an elder of the Tianxian sub-palace. That's normal. Lu Ming wants to challenge the sacred constellation today. He has to prove himself with his own abilities. Countless people were whispering in the surroundings. Many of them were powerhouses who had rushed over from other places in the Tianxian region. They had never seen Lu Ming before. At this moment, they were curiously sizing up this outstanding young man. It had been a few years since anyone from the younger generation of the Tianxian region had challenged the sacred constellation. Lu Ming's eyes fell on the sacred glory, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, "All right, it's time to settle your score. Settle accounts with me? Little bastard, I haven't seen you for half a year. I don't know where you got your confidence from." Sacred Light sneered and stepped forward. Boom! The aura of a peak-tier king exploded forth like a vast ocean. Shen Yao's body also floated in the air. He looked down at Lu Ming and said, 10 moves, I'll suppress you in 10 moves. If I can't suppress you in 10 moves, I'll admit defeat. Lu Ming shook his head and stretched out 3 fingers. Shen Yao was stunned for a moment, then sneered and said, "What's wrong? If you don't have any confidence in yourself, could it be that you can only withstand 3 of my moves?" No. Lu Ming shook his head again. 3 moves. I mean I can defeat you within 3 moves. Otherwise, I'll admit defeat and leave. As soon as he said that, the entire place boiled. Lu Ming actually said that he could suppress the sacred glory within 3 moves. How was that possible? Crazy, he was definitely crazy. Hee, I thought he was a top figure, but it turns out he's just a hothead who overestimates himself. Does he know what peak-tier king tiers mean? Mu Yi sneered. Mu Xiuyuan and Mu Zheng were also a little puzzled. They could not believe that Lu Ming could suppress the sacred glory in 3 moves. On the high platform, Mu Tian and Xing Xingqian's uncle, Xing Xingqian's father, the current head of the Xing family, Xing Cang, also shook their heads slightly. With their cultivation, they could naturally tell that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level martial king realm. Was it possible for a level 9 martial king to defeat a peak king in 3 moves? You suppress me in 3 moves. Ha ha ha. Shen Yao laughed wildly as if he had heard something funny. But the next moment, he could no longer laugh. Lu Ming's body seemed to have lost its weight. He was suspended in the air and flew to the same position as the sacred glory, standing opposite it. The entire place fell silent. He's hovering in the air. He's hovering in Tianxian City. Could it be that Lu Ming has already broken through to the peak-tier king tier? Someone cried out in shock. No, it's a peak level 9 martial king. Lu Ming has comprehended the will of the wind, which is why he can fly. However, his combat strength is probably close to a peak level 9 martial king. Unbelievable. He can actually fight against a peak-tier king. How long has it been? He's so young. Everyone present was shocked. Mu Yi was dumbstruck, while Mu Zheng and Mu Xiuyuan were stunned for a moment before they burst out laughing. On the square, Sacred Constellation raised an eyebrow for the first time, showing a hint of interest. However, he was only interested in it. He was still confident. However, Sacred Light's face was completely gloomy. Lu Ming could actually hover in the sky above Tianxian City. In a sense, Lu Ming was already on the same level as him. Make your move. Use your strongest unique skill. Otherwise, you won't have the chance. Lu Ming said. His voice was calm but full of confidence. Arrogant. Attack. Sacred Light shouted, and his aura burst out. He suddenly attacked. A huge flaming hand, completely formed by the flaming sword Qi, was a few meters long and wide. It was shockingly powerful as it came crashing down on Lu Ming. At the same time, he opened his mouth and a ring of dazzling flames flew out. It expanded rapidly and became a few meters in diameter. It was filled with crimson flames and bombarded Lu Ming. The two attacks were as powerful as lightning, and the space was boiling from the heat. Below, more than a dozen elders of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace waved their hands, and True Origin spread out, forming a True Origin barrier that isolated the area below. Chapter 602 Abusing Sacred Glory. As soon as the Sacred Glory was launched, it displayed a thunderous attack, hoping to suppress Lu Ming in one blow. Small tricks. Go! Lu Ming shouted. A spear's gleam rushed out of his body and soared into the sky. Bang! The Sacred Glory's giant flaming palm was directly crushed by the spear radiance. Buzz! Lu Ming soared into the sky and swept his spear at the huge ring. Clang! The huge ring kept shaking, and the red flames were almost scattered. The ring made a cracking sound, and a hole was opened, flying far away. Puchi! Holy Light's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, retreating rapidly. How did this happen? Holy Light screamed in horror in his heart. It was simply unbelievable. The two moves that he had used almost all his strength on were easily countered by Lu Ming. Moreover, he was injured by the ring. Such combat strength was simply terrifying. Suppress. Lu Ming let out a long howl and took a step forward. His figure rushed towards the Sacred Glory like lightning. He looked down from above and swept his spear. The Holy Light roared and burst out with all its strength. It almost turned into a man of fire and struck the most powerful blow. However, it was all in vain. Under Lu Ming's spear gleam, all his attacks turned into nothing. The huge spear light hit the Holy Brilliance directly. The Holy Brilliance screamed and flew down. Stop! Lu Ming waved his hand and a primordial Qi ribbon rolled up, wrapping around the Holy Brilliance and stopping it from falling. Then, Lu Ming's body fell and his feet stomped on the old face of the Sacred Glory. This kick contained the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. No! Holy Light roared. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming's foot accurately landed on the Sacred Glory's face. The Sacred Glory's body was like a meteorite, falling rapidly and heavily on the essential core shield below. A deafening explosion, accompanied by a blood-curdling screech and the sound of bones breaking, resounded throughout the entire area. Then, everyone saw Xingyao lying on the True Essence shield like an old dead dog, twitching all over and blood flowing out of his mouth. Especially on his face, there was a clear shoe print, which almost flattened his old face. CSI. Everyone gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. 3 moves, it really was 3 moves. Including the last kick, it was exactly 3 moves. 3 moves. Lu Ming had really suppressed the Holy Brilliance in 3 moves. He had even beaten the Holy Brilliance half to death. This. On the high platform, Mu Zheng and Mu Xiu Yuan were also dumbstruck. Although they had hoped that Lu Ming would win, they were not very confident. After all, Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at the 4th level of the Martial King realm half a year ago. It was already a miracle for him to become a late-stage king in half a year, let alone a peak-tier king. Never in their dreams did they expect that not only did Lu Ming win, but he also won so cleanly and in such an exciting way. This brat, this brat. Mu Zheng kept muttering in a low voice. He was extremely excited. How long ago? A year and a half ago, when Lu Ming had just entered the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, he had not even reached the half-step king realm. In a short 1.5 years, Lu Ming had reached the peak of the king's realm. It was simply a miracle. There had never been such a miracle in the history of the Tianxian region. Beside Mu Zheng, Mu Yi's mouth was wide open. He was dumbfounded and his face was also filled with disbelief. Below the square, Mu Lan looked up at the young figure in the sky with great excitement. In her heart, images of the past kept flashing. The young man in Fiery Wind City, the young man who had needed her protection at that time, had walked his own path as time passed. Not only had he far surpassed her, but he had also become a top expert in the Tianxian region. He had become a mountain that could shelter her from the wind and rain, protecting her. Half a year ago, when Lu Ming challenged the sacred constellation, Mu Lan knew that he did it for her. After that, Lu Ming disappeared for half a year. Half a year later, just as she was about to get married, Lu Ming appeared again. He stood in front of her domineeringly and blocked everything for her. At this moment, her eyes were wet. She knew that she had made the right choice. Lu Ming strolled down and appeared in front of Xingxingchen. And now? It was still the same sentence. Now, did he have the right to stand in front of the holy star? Everyone's gaze followed Lu Ming's body as he moved. In the Xing family, the young men who had grudges with Lu Ming and had even fought with him had complicated looks in their eyes. There was shock, horror, disbelief, and respect. More than half a year ago, Lu Ming was still competing with them. But more than half a year later, Lu Ming had already left them far behind. He was already able to stand in front of the holy star. They were far inferior to Lu Ming. They were no longer on the same level. At the thought of this, the heroes of the Xing family were dejected. Many people had previously concluded that Lu Ming had hidden away out of fear. At this moment, they were so ashamed that their faces were red. Lu Ming did not hide out of fear. He was probably cultivating somewhere. On the high platform, Mu Tian, Xing Tsang, and Xingxingchen's uncle's eyes flickered slightly as they sized up Lu Ming seriously. Clearly, they had finally acknowledged Lu Ming's combat strength and were serious about it. The sacred constellation had been calm from the beginning, but now, it was as if there were stars shining in his eyes, bright and dazzling. Not bad. The sacred constellation spoke. Let's fight in the air. Lu Ming said. Then, he rose into the air and appeared in the sky. The holy star emitted rays of starlight and rose into the sky as well. It appeared in the sky, facing Lu Ming. At this moment, many people's hearts were beating fast. They stared at the two young figures in the sky with wide eyes. Was Lu Ming and the sacred constellation finally going to fight? Half a year ago, Lu Ming's challenge to Saint Constellation had spread throughout Tianxian City. Some people only laughed it off when they heard it. They thought that it was a joke. Even if it was not a joke, it was impossible for Lu Ming to really challenge the sacred constellation. He was too far away and did not have the qualifications at all. Even if they were to fight, it would be a one-sided battle. The sacred constellation would probably be able to suppress Lu Ming with one palm. However, now, no one would think that the holy constellation could suppress Lu Ming with one palm. Lu Ming had just used his strength to prove that he was qualified to fight against the sacred constellation. Some people even started to worry about the holy star. Half a year ago, the sacred constellation had been at the peak of the 9th level of the martial king realm. At that time, the battle prowess of the sacred constellation was said to be no weaker than that of a peak king. However, Lu Ming was not weaker than a peak-tier king. He had suppressed a peak-tier king in 3 moves. Had the holy star broken through to peak king tier? If he had not broken through, would he be a match for Lu Ming? Everyone was staring at it. Your combat strength is not bad. Half a year ago, you might have been able to fight me. But now, the result will not change. Boom. As soon as Sacred Constellation's voice fell, a huge pillar of starlight rushed out of Sacred Constellation's body, reaching the sky and into the endless void. A powerful aura filled the air. Peak-tier King. The Great Battle Against the Sacred Star. The Sacred Constellation exuded a terrifying aura and a vast pressure. It was the aura of a Peak-tier King. Peak-tier King. The Holy Star has broken through to Peak-tier King. Heavens, the Sacred Constellation was already incomparably powerful to begin with. Now that it has broken through to Peak-tier King, just how powerful is it? No wonder he's a peerless Heaven's favorite on the list of top 1,000 talents. He's really terrifying. Right now, apart from the Palace Master and a few Sea of Soul Realm experts, no one in the Tianxian region is his match. Lu Ming is finished. He's definitely no match for them. There was an uproar in the audience. Many people had thought that Lu Ming could fight against the Holy Star City, but they had changed their minds. Lu Ming was only at the peak of Level 9 Martial King realm. Although he could defeat the Divine Glory, the Divine Star and the Divine Glory were two completely different concepts. The Holy Star that had broken through to Peak-tier King could probably kill the Holy Light with one move. Ha, let's see how that kid is going to fight now. Mu Yi sneered. Xingqian, make your move as soon as possible and cripple that little bastard. Don't delay the auspicious day of the wedding. Holy Constellation's mother called out. He really did break through to Peak-tier King tier. Lu Ming muttered. Back in the Great Domain, Qin Qingshan's ranking was one rank lower than that of the Sacred Constellation. Since Qin Qingshan had already broken through to Peak-tier King, Lu Ming guessed that the Sacred Constellation had most likely broken through to Peak-tier King as well. It was indeed the case now. Lu Ming, if you admit defeat now and destroy your cultivation, I can spare your life. The Holy Star's entire body was suffused with starlight, like a god descending from the heavens, inspecting the world with great confidence. Ha, Holy Star, you think you can beat me? Lu Ming stood in the air, his long hair flying in the wind. His eyes were like two unsheathed divine swords, revealing a sharp fighting spirit. I will let you understand the difference between you and me. Saint Constellation's eyes glowed with starlight. At this moment, the starlight on his body was boiling, like a raging flame. Slash! With a soft cry, a starry sword, hundreds of feet long, condensed and slashed at Lu Ming. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming struck out a palm. The Heavenly Path Palm was a martial arts technique that was infinitely close to the heaven level. However, under the activation of Lu Ming's current cultivation, it unleashed a terrifying and unparalleled power that seemed to exceed its original level. A huge handprint with 9 fingers appeared. The patterns on it were clear, like heavenly Tao inscriptions. It emitted a terrifying aura and smashed toward the starry sword. An earth-shattering boom resounded in the sky, and a bright light appeared. Some of the weaker cultivators felt a sharp pain in their eyes, and they couldn't help but close their eyes. In the next moment, the light disappeared, and the palm and the giant sword disappeared at the same time. Holy Star, there's no need to test me. Show me your true strength. Otherwise, you will end up like the Holy Brilliance. Unknowingly, a long spear had appeared in Lu Ming's hands, and his fighting spirit soared. I'll grant you your wish, Star Point Sword Art. The starlight on the Sacred Constellation became even more resplendent. It was clearly daytime, but in the depths of the sky, there were rays of starlight falling down and landing on the Sacred Constellation. The Star Intent Realm was indeed marvelous. At the same time, a dazzling battle sword appeared in Saint Xingqian's hand. As he waved the battle sword, stars suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, stars fell toward Lu Ming one after another, turning into swords of stars. They were like streams of light, shooting toward Lu Ming. Hundreds of streams of light covered the area and completely locked onto Lu Ming's retreat path. There was no way to avoid it. 10,000 dragon kill. Lu Ming stood still and stabbed with his spear. Hundreds of three-colored true dragons flew out and roared as they charged at the stars. Boom! 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 Like fireworks exploding, the sky was filled with resplendent lights. However, the crowd was not in the mood to watch. Their eyes were completely locked on Lu Ming and the holy star. It's my turn. Let's go, Lu Ming said softly as he strode forward. His long spear shone brightly as he thrust it forward. A huge three-colored true dragon roared and pounced at the sacred planet. Point Star Sword, 10,000 swords unite. Saint Starlight waved his hand, and it seemed as if there were tens of thousands of stars that entered Saint Starlight's battle sword. Boom! A violent boom was heard in the sky again. Many people felt their eardrums vibrating and their heads rumbling. In their shock, they hurriedly circulated their true essence to protect their eardrums. In the sky, a bright light appeared and then disappeared. Kill! Kill! The two figures got closer and closer, and finally, they collided heavily. The space trembled violently as if it could not bear the burden. Boom! 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 The two figures turned into two streams of light and kept clashing in the air. A wanton force cut through the void and kept falling. If it weren't for the Elder's true essence shield, the tables and chairs below would have all been destroyed. But even so, the true Yuan barrier was still shaking, and the dozen peak-tier King Elders' expressions changed. Just the overflowing chi was enough to make them feel tremendous pressure. If they really participated in the battle, wouldn't they be easily killed? Was this still the power of a king tier? At the scene, countless eyes were staring at the sky without blinking. Their eyes were filled with shock. Lu Ming was actually able to fight against the sacred constellation and fight it to this extent. Today, regardless of whether Lu Ming won or lost, his name was bound to shake the Tianxian region and leave a heavy mark in the history of the Tianxian region. Damn it, Xingqian will definitely be able to kill this little bastard. The mother of Holy Constellation growled in a low voice, and her eyes revealed a sinister look. Boom! Boom! The battle in the sky continued, and it was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 moves had been exchanged. Buzz! At that moment, a layer of blood-red light emanated from the sacred constellation. Then, starlight spread out, and a scroll appeared above Xingqian's head. The scroll was unfurled, and 7 stars shone on it. That was the 7 stars of Heavenly Dipper. There were 7 Asilavira chakras on the scroll, and they were emitting rays of light. This was the second bloodline of the Holy Star, a 7th-level king bloodline. The sacred constellation's bloodline erupted, and its aura became even stronger. You have the bloodline, but I don't. Explode! Boom! His second bloodline was unleashed. He was also a 7th-level king. Now, Lu Ming's 2 bloodlines had both advanced to the 7th level of the king level. However, Lu Ming did not unleash the 9-dragon bloodline. Lu Ming decided that in the future, he would try his best not to use the 9-dragon bloodline in crowded places, especially in the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. Although the 9 Suns Supreme had already helped him seal his aura, who knew if someone would guess something from his appearance? It was better to be careful. The eruption of their bloodlines caused the battle between the two to become even more intense. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 moves had been exchanged. Look, Lu Ming is at a disadvantage. That's right. He's no match for Lu Ming and is being suppressed. The number of attacks from the sacred constellation is increasing, but Lu Ming's attacks are decreasing. That's right, Lu Ming is going to lose. He's only a peak level 9 martial king after all. It's already a miracle that he's been able to fight the Holy Star until now. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.